Brad, because Brad has called me out on stages in the past week. So I think Brad is the only one. If he had some real...
Back in Monica, I'm offering you an olive branch. I'm not going to say a word about you. I'm not going to send any info about it. That's my word as a man on my children. I ask for the same courtesy. I'm doing this in a public forum. I spoke to Roger today. I said, Roger, I'm going to apologize to Monica. I'm going to offer an olive branch. We don't have to sing Kumbaya. We don't have to even share spaces with each other. Let's just leave each other alone. Because you see what's been going on in this app for the last 24 hours. It's enough already, Monica. And I say that sincerely. I'm not telling you what to do or how to move. You do you, kid. I'm just asking you, please, respectfully, leave my name out of your mouth. And I'll do the same courtesy. So,
yeah, what's your Instagram?
It's in my profile. You. I don't block you like that. I want you to come in. You, Monica, the truth is this. You're really smart. I don't agree with a lot of things you say, but you're smart. You add intelligence. You add a certain segment to each conversation. But I've never blocked you. You want to block me? That's fine. I'm not your cup of tea. That's okay because I drink coffee. You know, we got Matt Cool in here. Matt gets a lot of smoke, but he ain't no room creators.
I like Matt Cool.
I like Matt Cool also. But he knows what he does. We got Viola. We got Rachel. We got Joe B. We got Yoed. We got JJ. I don't even know what that is. A ferret in your PTR? We got Joss. We got Summer. Stitty. Yo, if you guys don't know Stitty, definitely get to know Stitty. We got Ann Hero in the house. For those who don't know, Ann Hero is an OG on this app. She's a pain in my ass, but she's like my sister from another mister. You know, she knows when the shit is to finish. She's running right in. JB, can you help me? We got Mike Moon now. Love Mike Moon. Anyway, guys, you want to come up, raise your hand?
Can I ask a question?
You flash your mic.
Or you might not know how to do that, or you can say, what do you think about this, JB, when we say, can I get in the queue or can I speak next? What do you think of that?
That's
Flashing your mic will work. Okay, cool. Okay, that's good. Thanks. I hate that Monica left because I wanted to say also, a lot of us kind of, you know, if we could put our grudges to the side, and so as long as that, if the beef is not too deep, right? And I'm not derogatory, and not that any of these people are all mixed up in the same drama. But I agree with you, JB. I wish we could all just kind of, especially after yesterday, just moving forward, just keep the damn peace, right? Just keep the peace. Because I think a lot of us like to be in each other's company for the most each other. It's really never that serious. So
you know what I understand now? What is me having to run a Trump room or a race relations room or whatever rooms I run on a daily basis have to do with anything in my past? Where's the correlation there? I'm trying to understand that, right? Like if I'm talking about Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Mitch McConnell, if I'm talking about Nye McGee and her Hollywood room, what the fuck does my past have to do with anything? It just doesn't make sense how people just grab the lowest hanging fruit and love to gossip.
John said it's clubhouse politics. John, there's a typo there. I think you meant to put clown house politics.
Well, it's gossip and it's stirring the pot, and that's really what the definition of politics is in many ways.
Yeah, JB, your past has nothing to do with anything as far as I'm concerned. Proximity to women because I sit in the room with you. I drown out. Yeah, right. I didn't want to put your name in it, but she knows what I'm saying, who you hang out with, who you talk to. But these same people will go into rooms, the messiest, most ratchet ass rooms, and entertain and get you to
Rich, where you at, Rich?
Guess what? As you know, you've given them content. Now they're going to open up a room to talk shit. Wait, what? So you weren't here. JB extended an olive branch to Monica, apologized to Monica, okay? And I was just saying, guys.
Okay, so I told you right away that there are other Israeli experts who, in fact, disagree with our talk.
No, I agree there's no consensus. They surveyed all the Holocaust photos over the world. In fact, it was like really splintered. I think that they surveyed all the Holocaust photos over the world. In fact, it was like really splintered. I think that whatever, they have some convention that they all meet at. And I think halfway through the world into something that resembled the genocide. So listen, I'm not saying it, they're saying it.
Buttercup.
And so even if some people thought it wasn't a genocide initially or that wasn't the intent, it's evolved into something that is unmistakable and looks a lot like genocide.
Intent requires orders from the political leadership to the army. The people that you're talking about, like the academics, do not have access to that information. They are being prescriptive. They can
down the rabbit hole. I'm speaking. You did, okay? You called my nephew and my brothers Nazis, and this is what I said, fuck you, and I will say again, fuck you, and be a better.
Stop putting words in my mouth. I said I'm defending your brothers and sisters on Gaza. I want them to be.
You said, don't gaslight me, okay? Don't gaslight me. You blame them. Don't gaslight me, okay? Don't gaslight me. You blame them for war crimes. You call people rapists, and now you say that we are doing the.
I said they're defying orders to commit war crimes. That's the opposite of what I said.
You said that they are committing the final solution, which is exactly the Holocaust inversion. If you look under the
commit war crimes, that's the opposite of what I said.
You said that they are committing the final solution, which is exactly the Holocaust inversion. If you look under the definition of anti-Semitism, you might your face under inversion of Holocaust. Just take it and don't do it ever.
Thank you. So he came into this space, right, thinking that it's going to be okay then. Like Doc's one of my good friends, not just on this app, but in real life. So I needed to call attention to that so I could show people how you handle idiots like that gracefully. You don't have to scream. You don't have to be hyperbolic. You don't have to do crazy shit like that. You just handle it like a man. So Rich got called out. Let me finish, bro. I'm going to kick you. You have my control. But let me say this. Rich got called out because Rich was in the space. If other people come in, trust me, I got no problems calling them out either. This might be the first time I'm sharing space with you. Get familiar how I run my groups. So before you open your mic again, let me say hello to Matt, who doesn't come to my stages. Matty, what's good?
Oh, good evening, JB.
You say that like you're surprised I'm talking nice to you.
Good evening, NY.
Oh, Matt, cool. You know what I said before was true. I got some nigglings. Just say.
I can't be guilty by association. This is silly. Like, do you like everything is said on your stage? Do you become part of that conversation and guilty the minute the person says it? I'm just trying to figure out why. I guess you have an issue with that.
It's been ongoing on this app that for some reason people are guilty for things that are said on their.
Hey, you know what happens, Matt? Check this out. I was kind of being facetious when I was talking about you earlier, but since you want to get real, let's get real. When you enable known racists, when you enable idiots, lunatics, and reprobates like Sarah to have a voice and dox people, then guess what? If that's your room, that's your responsibility, my friend.
But I have nothing to do with the doxing. So I can't be responsible.
So when you give somebody like Sarah, listen, I don't think you dox. I've never heard you dox anybody. But when you give people, I'm using Sarah.
He hasn't. Just for the record,
let me finish. I know he hasn't, Adams. Let me finish. But let me say this, Matt. When you enable these people, you're just as guilty as the perpetrator. When you give these people a platform, because listen, Matt, I like your rooms. I do. I like you. I said that twice before. But look around. Look who my mods are. Right? Look who I associate with. So unfortunately, yes, you're guilty by association when people come into your space and you mod them and they do egregious things.
I just disagree. So I mean, a lot of people say a lot of that stuff on your stage. I don't call you out and start saying, well, why do you support that? Why are you doing that? I mean, it's the tone policing and the dictating of what people do in the rooms has got to just stop. I mean, I have my own rules, right? If someone does, death threats, I'll definitely send them off on their way, right? There are some standards or whatever in that sense. But I'm just not following this whole, you have to do a certain thing for me. like this is your own personal issue, right? With how I quote unquote enable people. I'm not enabling anybody. They can do whatever they want.
Are you done? Did you land your plane? Rohan, that moron Bren, but none of us have ever doxed anybody. I haven't, trust me, the thought has crossed my mind many times. And listen, Matt, like I said, I don't have to say other than I like you. I think you're a good guy. You run good rooms. You know, I go into your rooms, honestly, so I can sit back and not have to run my own rooms and just listen to the chaos. You know, because you do have some crazy people that go, listen, MAGA's crazy. You know this. So I go in there just to listen to the MAGA. I think it's funny. But we could agree to disagree, bro. But I still like you. And I'll still come to your rooms until I get kicked out again.
Black King, and I mean that respectfully. I hope you don't mind. But if you're like, nah, don't call me that, I will stop. Oh, I get a heart. Thank you. I don't want no smoke with Akima.
Oh no. I was only gonna say I don't want no smoke with that. Like the tongue lash that you just gave some people. I don't want no smoke with that.
Well,
let me ask you a question respectfully. Should I call you King Akima from now on, or Your Majesty?
No, it's definitely not necessary. I have not earned that.
All right, this game you know what I'm saying?
He's also like 6'8", 240 solid. Be careful what you say to Akima people.
Right? Shit. Wake that up.
So I was in Mojo's. Hold on one second. I was in Mojo's room yesterday, and I come across Matt Cool's room supporting Darren LaHood with Dr. Adams against candidate Congressman John Kitover. Talk about loyalty and disloyalty. I mean, I voted for Trump two times. I did as much as I could for him on this app with you. And then I see you're endorsing the incumbent and $20 trillion debt super creator, vaccinologist rhinoceros, Darren LaHood, and JB and Hakima are the biggest contributors to the campaign to elect Kitover. So, Matt, I went in your room with Anonymous, and then we listened to the Dr. Pepe and Dr. Adams show where they were drunk off their asses, mumbling, drooling all over the mic, totally drunk, shitting all over and doxing Roger Mayhem, aka Mojo Positive Vibration. So, Matt, I mean, I got to say, as a leader, your moderation, as the green bean and putting together your reputation will go way up if you also become a campaign contributor. Putting the link in the chat. Thanks in advance, Matt. On a Saturday night getting free cocktails, drunk and drooling and mumbling.
But again, I was wasted. It was crazy. It was a very, very, very good night. And I don't mean it's like girl. No, you're good. But it's crazy to me. I just want to clear up a couple of things. My contention with Rich specifically is, the slew of sexual harassment that I've had to experience as far as, Rich fails to actually mention, when he brings up, the fact that him and I have an issue as far as him being a married man. And remember that, Pepe was in the space, Rich was in the space, and, I tend to be very carefully guarded as far as Rich is present. So, John, I mean, I hate this for you. I really do. Because again, it sounds like you're coming up to that threshold for which you do have to account for that money.
Yeah, we're at the $500 threshold. When we hit 5,000, then we have to start worrying about more disclosures and regulations. But at this point, you're still not a donor to the campaign, Dr. Adams. And I know last night with the amount of vodka you drank, that was probably $100 worth of vodka you drank last night. Can't you spare views of you screaming out all kinds of racist, profane insults and derogatory remarks against people on this app? Oh my gosh. And right now, even with your Darren LaHood,
Who's more hypersensitive on Clubhouse? Men are crybabies, women are the worst, or gay men? So far on stage, everybody's voted for men are the worst crybabies. Dolly's voted for that. Craig is voted for that. Randy, Scott, Moose. I gotta be honest, I'm shocked you voted that. David voted for women. Yo, what's up, your piece? We got Jordan, Dr. Jordan in the house, an OG of Clubhouse. We got Curtis, we got Catherine, we got Roya. Mike Moon, somebody reached out to me, right? Somebody I like, I believe he likes me, and said, "Can I talk to you offline?" I'm like, "Absolutely." And when we spoke offline, because I like this guy, he said to me, he said, "Man, listen, I did a little deep dive research into you." I'm like, "Really? What?" You know, he didn't grab the lowest hanging fruit, because I talk about my criminal past so ad nauseum. I'm sick of it, to be honest with you. But I definitely want to shout out that man, Mike Moon. Mike Moon's one of the real ones. Yeah, Mike gets loud. Mike gets boisterous. Mike gets a little crazy sometimes. But let me tell you something. Mike Moon's a good. I gotta step away for 2 minutes.
Alrighty, healthy debates. Y'all see the poll up there. I voted for men, of course. Initially I put women.
Here in Clubhouse, that these rooms are being streamed. In fact,
and they get really triggered if you say go Trump. But then I thought men are, especially my experience on this
Of sexual harassment that I've had to experience as far as being interrogated about my penis size.
You can't make this shit up.
Threatening to rape each other's wives and children. And so, you know, as a matter of fact, true alpha males don't even have time to spend all day on this damn app. They might dip in and out. They might even engage in a little bit of drama for entertainment. But, you know, they don't resort to doxing because they have grievances. You know? So go ahead, Matt.
And why? Who's harassing you? No one should be harassing you. You just go ahead and you send me that name over. I'll take care of it. The next thing you'll hear from me has been taken care of, okay?
Oh, wait, are you shooting your shot, Matt?
I got a little mix there going on, yeah.
You got good taste, brother.
What did you say? You got a little what going on? Nixter?
No, mix. I'm shooting shot and trying to help you out at the same time.
Oh, okay, got it. I appreciate you, man. I've grown fond of Matt. No, Matt. Yeah, I've been catching strays. I've been catching rooms to reclaim my black card. I'm like, God damn. Let me wash some of this red off my neck from all these rooms I've been in.
What blackening black rooms? Like, are you talking about like the blackening black people all married to white women?
well, then Alan should be ashamed of himself. Like everything is energy, welfare tax, work requirements. I think there's something going on. The whole U.S. Constitution, Illinois, why are you guys? I think. Zero God. Suppose you have all time.
I saw at least 10 rooms like that. Like I could not believe that shit existed.
Now I keep an eye out on what rooms Hakima's going in so I can join some of these houses.
I was gonna tell you, I've seen some weird rooms coming in. Y'all be like, what the fuck is this shit? I'm like, why?
I was wondering why you were in that Pakistani group.
Nah, I don't understand that language.
It's like Biden.
Yeah, I must have accidentally joined a Pakistani room. I don't think I did, but my hallway is laced with Pakistani rooms. And I just don't, I feel like when I leave one, another one pops up. I'm like, God, dog.
I think they be following you like different names. It's definitely like, I got all kind of Pakistani, all kinds of, I don't even know what they is, like different language rooms all through the hallway. Like, where did shit come from?
I joined a house called Republicans. And child, when I go in there, it's all Africans speaking in their language. They're not even American. I said, what? This is a big switch. What in the hell is this? I thought I was going into a room to listen to some American Republicans talk about Trump and the economy and et cetera, and it's all Africans speaking Swahili and shit. And I'm just like, oh my God, this is the ultimate trick.
The slew of sexual harassment that I've had to experience
is dying. And then you look around your hallway, man, some of those Iranian rooms, the Pakistan rooms, there's 5,000-6,000 people in those rooms. This app's not dying. We just gotta expand our circle. We all know too much about it. Listen, I know when Matt comes to my stage, I know what side of the aisle he sits on. I know what side Adam sits on, Hakima, right? But this app's not dying. We just have to expand our circles.
Yeah, one way to do that, somebody reminded me the other day, well, not reminded me, they were speaking on the stage, and they said, listen, I
was within himself, in hiddenness, sex not influenced by
to admitting that the country is broke. This has made
oftentimes have new speakers. I'll just go in there, follow some of those speakers, and then of course, as we know, please in the room, if you're new to the app or old heads on Clubhouse, old heads, and you may have forgotten, how do I expand my reach? Follow folks that you would normally follow. Follow folks whose opinion you might not even agree with, because sometimes they'll go into a room with people who have TDS like you do, right? So, yeah.
Well, I'll suggest one room that I absolutely love. Right? I don't think she's in here right now.
JB and NY and Dr. Adams. What makes you think that why more people? Everybody's just kind of burnt out a little bit over. Oh God! Excellent point. The guy on my right here. That was a.
You guys are having racist, unhinged, deranged wasting of time day in, day out, talking about nothing, and you're worried about somebody's live streaming your room about boring shit, and you're the moderator or allowing doxing and toxic communication.
Wait. Who's being racist? If I remember correctly, John, when you had a slow day on this app, you were going into rooms with Shy and Jazzy and attacking black single mothers.
Sorry, that's not me. It might be you. You got me confused with yourself, Dr.
So
Adams.
you remember that?
That's called projection, Dr. Adams.
Right. So JB.
Yeah, I live stream everything, so you can go look at all my YouTubes, and I record everything I do. So feel free to find the evidence. Post the receipts, Dr. Adams. Post your receipts, Matt.
Everybody made up. You gotta handle your men here. What were you saying, Matt?
Yeah, go ahead. Post the receipts. I record everything.
No, you have the receipts. You're the one that should bring it to us.
No, you're the one asking for.
Concerned about this deranged man's campaign. Okay, this man is going to sink him damn self all on his lonesome. Okay.
For yourself, Dr. Adams.
Have you looked up your numbers? Your approval rating, John? You're not even on the radar. So again, shout out to Darren LaHood. Okay, Darren LaHood, who's going to be good for the hood. Okay, and you're gonna lose. Right?
Let me jump in. Let me jump in here real quick. Before I get to the great day, because Matt, I have a question for you. I'm not looking to smoke. I'm just trying to get some clarity.
Okay, Darren LaHood.
Not you, Nicholas. I'm going to ask Matt. I promise I'm going to get you in a second.
Before you get to Nicholas always requires a reset.
You know what happened with Roger yesterday. Are you okay with all that? And I'm not saying you had anything to do with it, even though I've heard whispers. I'm just curious. You're okay with what happened to Roger? I'm just asking, are you okay with that?
Matt had nothing to do with it. I know that for a fact.
Adams doxed. Are you okay with that?
I don't think he got doxxed. That's why I'm asking you for context.
Okay, then I misunderstood what I was told. You don't think so? Not just a picture, but his work history was spoken on. His family was spoken on. His elderly mother was spoken on. Now, I don't know if it was in your space or not, but are you okay with all that?
So, if it's public, he can't be doxxed, right? I mean, his picture, I suppose, is out there already in public, clearly, because someone got it. They didn't go and, ask her for it. So, that's okay. LinkedIn is a public. This is Clubhouse, man.
Well, if it's done to you, again, at the same magnitude, I'm just curious. Not that I'm going to do it to you, because I like you, but if it's done to you, you feel this can easily be acquired. So, my thing is, if it happened to you, would you feel the same way?
I don't. If it happened to me, if it's information I don't want out there in terms of not public, of course I'm gonna have a problem with that. Yeah, that's fucked up. Doxing's should be never done.
Oh, so but now it's doxing. I think it was your name was interjected into it.
No.
5 minutes ago, because it's public, it's not doxing. I'm just trying to get clarity.
Well, we gotta make it definite. That's why I was trying to get context, because we obviously disagree on the definition of doxing, right?
Well, I think if somebody, hold on, Matt. I think if somebody who's been on this app for years hasn't divulged their real picture, their real name, their job history, their mother's name, then you know what? To me, that's doxing. When somebody comes on a social audio app without somebody's permission and talks on that, whether it's public knowledge or not, That stops it, bro. There's a reason he didn't give that information out.
But the information is freely available. That's the difference. It's not like,
No, but you have a choice whether to disseminate that and distribute it to the public. I have a choice. Listen, I have files on so many people that I don't ask for. Do you know how many times I've used any of that information?
Going back to the John issue,
Just because it's public.
because I do remember that,
Hold on, Matt. I'm not looking to fight with you. I'm just saying, man, at some point, some people's moral compasses have to be affixed because they're askew where they think that private information, if you don't use, if I use my real picture, I use my real name, right? But let's say Nye did it. There's a reason people don't. It's not my place to publicize it, Matt. Maybe that's just my moral compass and not yours. I'm just saying.
well, that's my part. That's the part where I say it's just distasteful. It's not doxing. Because there's a real legal definition and a real thing around this that what doxing really is. Because, if it's actionable stuff, like, okay, if Pepe came on there and said, oh, find this guy at this address, this is what he looks like, and go, rob him or kill him, that's doxing. You know what I mean? Like, that's...
So Matt, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you go and apply for a job in the context of work history, right, you are giving that said employer the right to be able to dig into your work history. And they're only able to do so, right, if you sign a certain set of disclosures. Is that correct?
You're talking about almost terms of service, but for an employer and LinkedIn, right? You're talking about in general, like that?
No, but I'm just saying as far as like people's, right to privacy along certain pieces of information. So even if you apply for a job, they can't just indiscriminately, just go and, start doing, reference checks and background checks on your employment history, right? There's a certain set of disclosures that you have to. It's a very slippery slope, when people create the justification of seeking and extracting information that's otherwise public.
Well, that begs the question: how was Pepe using it in a wrong way?
One could argue as a means to harass.
Matt, let me just say this. The name you keep bringing up, I want it to be known publicly. I have not said that name one time tonight, so I want that known because that person's going to say, oh, you were talking about me, and then open rooms. His name never came out of my mouth, so I need that to be publicly known. But Matt and Adams, continue. I apologize.
So, David brought up a very good point. It's malicious intent. And, even some of these background websites and a lot of places where people are finding information, about people on Clubhouse, like they have certain terms and conditions of even those vehicles of information. And I don't think that people are really safeguarding themselves because a lot of those places are putting terms of saying that you cannot utilize this information found through these channels to then go and harass somebody.
What's that debate, Nicholas?
Okay, so I actually, when I agree with Adams, but partially I agree with Adams. And I also will say, like, Matt, I love you, as a brother. But you have a tendency to let chaos and fuckery go on full display in your
The scope of sexual harassment that I've actually experienced as far as being interrogated about my penis size.
Of like ridiculous shit going on in your room that don't get that you just let fly, And I think some of it is like you like fuckery and you enjoy listening to it, but you don't want to be put directly into the middle of the fuckery. And then the second thing I want to say is this poll, they should have straight men in here because straight men are some of the whitest bitches on this app. Done.
But when I put men on crybabies, that's what I
shit,
meant.
I should have voted for that. Voted for gay men.
You can change your vote. Go ahead, man.
Thank you for backing up my vote, Nicholas.
Can I vote again?
I hit the purple one.
You know, it's either change it, just wherever the policy says change. There you go. That's how I changed it.
I don't know if you were when you came in on the conversation, but again, if I'm guilty of chaos, I mean, have you been around Clubhouse? I mean, I guess everybody's guilty of chaos, right?
Not me. You don't see me hosting crazy.
Well, you don't host rooms, yeah, because you would never dare do that because you know chaos would break out. Actually, that's a great point, Nicholas. Why don't you host the room? And we'll see wait. We'll see how smooth it goes.
Wait, you asked me why I don't host rooms because I don't have patience.
Not why you don't. Why don't you?
Oh yeah, Mike. Have you noticed that the moment I'm not interested in a conversation, I leave. I don't have the patience like JB to entertain you dumb fucks. The moment I'm not, I would just throw them into the hallway immediately, and then that defeats the point of a room. That's why I don't host rooms.
It'd be chaos, wouldn't it, Nicholas?
No, it wouldn't, because that would get rid of it.
You're tossing people out. That's chaos.
No, I wouldn't even say anything. They would just be gone.
Yeah.
But Matt, I guess the question is, how does it make you feel being the organizer of chaos? Like, does that make you a leader? Does it make you an immature man? Does it make you somebody who engages in gossip, slander, defamation?
You, okay? It's simply because of you, right? So again, you are the one that came out into this, and because of that, it created all of this vitriol. You are the reason why all of this is happening.
I disagree. This has been going on long before John Kitover decided to run for Congress. And listen, people, and not you, Adams, if don't apply, let it fly. People are too hypersensitive to what other people are doing. Listen, he knows people feel uncomfortable with him live streaming. He don't give a fuck. He doesn't care. Now, running for public office, you know what, Adams? That may come back to bite him in the ass. I don't know. But personally, me, I don't consider live streaming a free social audio doxing. What I do consider doxing is you ascertaining somebody's information that they've tried to keep off this app and you publicly broadcast it. That's doxing to me. And that's just wrong. Now, here's the thing. If you want, I'm going to use myself as an example. You want to dox me, right? You want to say JB's an ex-con and all this, that's fine, I don't care. But when you go to the next level where you bring up people's families, their work history, right, where they live, yeah, these are lines. If anybody thinks that that's not wrong, then you really need to get your moral compass checked. But I just put up a new poll. Is it ever okay to share someone's personal info on Clubhouse? I have absolutely no, it's morally wrong. Karma gets everybody. So guys, we're going to go popcorn style. If you're in the VIP section, you want to come up, you're more than welcome. We have a pink ticket. Please cash it in. We have great conversations like this. Yeah, we got some great people here. We got Howard. We got BB wants to come out. We got Gildas that wants to come up. I like Gildas. We got Your Piece, one of my favorite people. What's up? David, Mike Moon, Joe B in the house. Mary's been hanging out for a while. Good to see you, Mary. My man Gildas, what's good, brother?
Rich, JB, real quick. I got Rich trying to get me into a private. That's how crazy this has all gone.
Right, because he can't get into the room. So, I mean, do what you guys want to do.
Wait, Adams, hold on. Matt, Gildas, give me a second. I apologize. Matt, let me ask you a question. Why do you believe somebody like Rich can't get into my space? I'm just curious. Why do you think that is?
He's blocked about 2 of the 3 mods.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know what happened. I'm just saying.
He can't go. Listen, Matt, this is what I want you to do. I'm sorry to cut you off. Because I didn't throw him out, by the way. Go into the chat and read what he was writing about me. Why would I want that toxicity in my space when I knew he was in the room and I didn't mention his name until he started talking about me? But go into the chat, go back maybe an hour, and see what they're saying about me. Would you want that in your space? Because I've had enough of it. See, if I don't breathe air into the fire dies out. And what I mean by that is if I don't have him in my space, I don't have to worry about him. And that's just how I feel. Gildas, how you doing, my man?
Hey, man, I'm doing all right. I don't know much about the controversy that took place. I was kind of in the room yesterday, but I don't remember, what was going on with Pepe and Roger, so I won't even speak on that. But I will say, man, just for the record, JB, I used to live in New York City for about 10 years, and, no homo or nothing, but you really remind me of, the best of New Yorkers every time I hear you speak, man.
Dami gets elected, bro, I don't want to be here.
Yeah, I can understand that, man. You know, sometimes you gotta change, but the essence will always be with you. So, you know, continue on.
I appreciate it, bro. I tell you what, I have a sign in my office that says, "You can leave Brooklyn, but Brooklyn can never leave you."
I gotta ask you a question. I don't understand. You vote Kamala and Tim Walz. Kamala and Mamdani are pretty similar on positions.
No, my man. Mamdani is
in the hood who's going to be good for the hood, okay? And you're gonna lose.
What's up, David? How you doing?
Good,
Wait. Did you move her? Because I want to make it clear that I didn't, because we were in the.
I absolutely moved her. She's a drunk.
Yeah. No, I like, come on, like, what's a cock bucket, JB? Like, she always flirts with me in the chat. Like, what's going on?
I just wanted JB to clarify that it was him, not me, because we were in the muck the other day, and she's in the chat saying to me, she's always centering herself. So I want her to know, BB, the bitch who centers didn't center you and didn't move you down, okay? I just want to clarify that so you're not whining in the chat and blaming me. Thank you. Y'all continue.
Listen, I know BB from. So yeah, I'm not putting up with that. I don't know why she comes up the stage to deflect off the conversation, but let's get back to the conversation. Mr. Katz, how you doing?
Questions. You know, I have years of sexual harassment that I've had to experience as far as being intimate in the last 3 days.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, sorry. Other than that, it's been typical Clubhouse.
Those two flowers, I'm going to give him a single flower. Keegan had a room, right, the other day about Brad, and he got that room packed, and it was all about nothing. Keegan was able to manipulate some of you people, including myself, to pop into that room, and it was like the trip in Alaska yesterday. It was a nothing burger, that summit. So, you know, we're all susceptible to being dumb. But I give Keegan credit because he played on our dumbness.
I didn't show up.
That room was packed. That was the most people that Keegan's ever been around in his life. But good for him. He knew how to play it.
Jay, listen. You need to give Cray his flowers, okay? And you need to give people from the dark side that were sitting in the goo, because Keegan's been fucking with a lot of those people for a very long time, and Cray packed his ass up. So again, I feel like Cray needs to be the one to be getting the flowers for making that room popping.
Listen, I got nothing but respect and admiration for Craig. I like Craig, I always have. Him and I, thank God, always got along. Never had to worry about him coming after me.
Well,
John Kitover, you got something to say?
Yeah, look at Jane down there. Poor, beautiful, innocent Jane just comes on the app to enjoy herself. Meanwhile, she suffers the brunt of Brad's death threats. So, you know, Brad has a tendency to do death threat Tourette's in the same way that a lot of losers here do the N-word Tourette, like Pepe and others. So on my Instagram at John Kitover, you can see a legal warning for defamation and libel against iLivestream, and anybody who wants to defame me or besmirch my character, I'm more than happy to record you doing it, and I'll post it so the whole world can see it on the internet. I got no problem with that.
Thank you, John. Let me. A couple people just walked into the room, and I have to say this, you know, because we've been having a real conversation. You know, Nebraska, man, I got to tell you, and I said this the other. I don't know what happened to you that you got this switch going on. And I know it doesn't matter what I say. You shouldn't really give a fuck. But I have to say, I'm really disappointed in some things I've been hearing coming out of you. You're better than, and I believe that you're better than that because I've shared enough space with you to say that. You continue doing you, and you can come up, you can gaslight my stage and all that other stuff. But let me tell you something. I don't know if it's because you got chillism in your blood now. You're hanging out in that space, and that's your prerogative. But the interactions you and I've had, I'm a little disappointed in you. But before I continue, before I give you a chance, Bima, let me just say this. And a lot of you people won't agree, and I don't give a fuck. Jane's a real one. Jane's a New York girl. And she knows all. Jane is the real deal. I have a lot of affection and admiration for Jane. And if anybody don't, that's your problem, not mine. What's up, Nebraska?
Hey, what's going on? What do you mean? We haven't even had any interactions. What did I do? You got
got me right?
I know who I'm talking to.
Yeah, what did I say? What have I said? Tell me.
Well, your anti-Semitic stance really bothers me. I don't know. I've never heard it before in the years we've been around each other. That's your prerogative. If you want to hate Jews, that's on you. But, I'm just disappointed in how you're disseminating your information and how you become an anti-Semite. And, I also believe that, and I have no proof of it, it's just in my head, my crazy voice is Bima, that you're okay that Roger got doxxed because you had some smoke with Roger. But that, like I said, is just a voice in my head. But the anti-Semitism, bro, not cool.
Well, I mean, Bima, let me just say this. The comment that you made towards Incan, as a proud indigenous man, in my personal opinion, I feel like that was so offensive. And I don't even think that
you're like everybody else. You just pick up the information like a sheep and you repeat it because that's just what you do. So, and that's fine. I'm not disappointed. That's just what it is. And JB, it's interesting. I won't be coming into your rooms anymore, and that's fine. But listen to me. What's interesting is if you were to listen to
your anti-Semitism, go back to chillism. They're more than embrace you. Let's get real. But you act like you're doing me a favor by coming to my fucking city. But the truth is this. I think you've lost your way, and you're drinking whatever Kool-Aid they're serving in chillism. I don't give a fuck. Like I said, you're entitled to your opinion. But don't come up here and with the sweet little voice like you're the victim when you're spewing hate all over the fucking app. This is not my first rodeo.
Slew of sexual harassment that I've had to experience as far as being interrogated about my penis size, being interrogated as far as the hair that I have around my anus, and things that...
What the fuck? You can't make this shit up. It's just crazy.
John, don't go to that one. Thank you for calling out the viciousness.
Yeah, it's not just vicious, it's illegal. It's death threats, and it's death threats to Tourette's. I posted the code he's violating. You can't just make sentence after sentence a death threat and jumble it all together and think people aren't listening and recording you. It's Tourette's or it's, something else, but it's illegal to do, and you can't do it on this app. And I don't know why you have thousands of followers and you can go to room and just issue death threats. If you don't agree with somebody, fine, kick them to the goo, have a debate. But you can't come on here and make death threats to people in every other sentence. It's insane.
And JP, by the way, if I can work with our friend John, I'll get a clip of this because I got to follow up on this one. I've heard so many. I didn't. My daughter walks in, Jay. It's a funny story, too. She's visiting. And she says, hang it up, Mom. So she was moved out of Manhattan when she was 7 or 8. But she still has it, Jay. She heard Brad. She knows I fuck around with psychos on Clubhouse. She heard Brad saying, get a rope and kill yourself. I think he said he was also going to rape somebody. So the guy's gone off the deep end. So I'm really glad we have John Kitover. And I don't care who's friends with him. If you're friends with him,
contribute to the campaign now.
You shouldn't do that. It's not smart.
You know what I always find? Hold on, Abs. Let me just say this, and then you can jump in real quick. You know what I always find, for a lack of a better word, team, you know what I always find crazy? And I'm not doxing you, and I don't even want you to speak on it. But if these idiots only knew what you did for work, oh my God, it's bizarre to me. They have no idea anything about you in real life. But go ahead, Adams.
I feel like everybody has kind of a different relationship with different people on this app. And I will categorically say that from my experience with Brad and, just having life happen to me on this app, while being on this app, not this is life, but, just in my personal life and going through just different milestones and whatnot. Brad is probably one of the most kindest, human beings and male figures that I've ever encountered on this app. Now, again, going back to my point, everybody, we'll help you out. Everybody has a different relationship. So, I encourage you to actually maybe revisit a different interlude and a different.
We don't have a relationship, Adams, but I have no, as they say, beef with you. I don't know that you do with me. I will take your word for that. But if he's your friend, you should tell him to say sorry. It's not that fucking hard.
I think Dr. Adams has said it before. Both things can be true. I've heard him be a responder.
Be nice and say that kind of shit. Something's wrong with you.
I don't agree that. I do agree that it is sick. And I don't need to even have that.
I'm sorry, David. I'm going to defend my friend. Do you guys hear the context for which his family was being brought up on this app throughout this week? Okay? One of the most painful struggles that any human can go through is choosing a person to raise a family with, to confide in, to be their life partner, and to not finish that race due to something that they cannot practically
This is where like Adams breaks in with projection. It's pretty funny.
People should have been donating to cancer treatment. Okay? People should be.
No, they should have been donating to the campaign to elect Congressman candidate Kitover.
It's very disgusting. Hold on. It's just very disgusting that people look at Brad's actions and it's met with a dismissiveness as to what actually triggered him and what actually brought us to this place.
Well, let me jump in, Jay.
I had cancer. I didn't do that.
Let me jump in.
Somebody, Keegan said to Brad, "Did you kill your wife?" And that was really fucking low. Yeah. All right, but still, come on.
And Brad has endured that a long time on this app. Like, I can remember somebody saying something to the effect.
I just think he's very hateful, okay?
To his, to back him up, man, people have said shit like, I'm gonna dig up your wife's grave, and you know what I mean? And it's like, god damn, when you're faced with that kind of shit, you have a reason to go off the rails against another motherfucker.
Gildas, I agree with you, but in the context that we're talking.
Wait. Let me jump in here real quick. So first off, Brad's not here, so we shouldn't be speaking on Brad because by the time it gets back to Brad, he's gonna get all the wrong information.
You go bananas. This is like charging the TNT.
So Brad's not here, but I'll say this, Adams. Brad and I banged a million times on this app, right? We're civil to each other now, and I'm just using him as an example because his name has been brought up. But here's the deal. In my opinion, right? You could do 100 good things in real life. All it takes is one mistake to wash all that good away. So if somebody's coming on this app threatening to rape somebody or hang somebody or come kick their whatever people are saying, to me, once you cross that line, and I get it, I totally get it. People said the most egregious things to him, but look, man, look what was done today, right? There's a rumor about me for like 3 or 4 hours. They were ranting and raving and stuff like that. You know what I say my response was going to be? No response. Sometimes you just got to be the bigger man and walk away. And here's the deal, Adams, and here's how I really feel. Women have softer voices than men. We're louder. There's no reason to be punching down. And some of these women are egregious animals, no doubt. But you know what? If you just ignore them, they go. That's how I feel. Like I said, John, Brad's not here, so we're not going to talk about Brad. It's not respect. I respect Brad enough to give that courtesy.
Thank you. Adams, I do appreciate that. I as a mutual friend to both of you, I do appreciate that. Let's just move on. He's not here, and I do appreciate you acknowledging that.
Well, let me say this. Everybody in this room heard what I said. Gildas heard me. Kima heard me, right? I never said. I just said the man's not here. Let's not talk about it.
I understand completely.
Let me say hello to Mikey Moon. Mikey Moon, good to see you, brother.
Hey, good day, guys. And I was there, and I heard it. And to this day, he will never admit that he says any of the shit we've talked about. But trust me, he said it. I'm asking you that question. This is the guy that, now, I'm not saying two things can't be true at once. I'm not saying he can't be. Hold on, Mike. Mike, you're my friend. I like you. I said nice things about you. But we need to move past this. And I get, listen, Brad's not, Brad was here to defend himself. Maybe he does give a fuck. You know, Mike, listen, you've had a crazy experience on this app. You know, I'm having a conversation. I've never even come close to saying that, though, Jay. Okay, but you're a different man than he is. He's not here, Mike. I want to show him the courtesy that I would hope he shows me. And you know what? Maybe he won't. JB. Let me finish, Mike. But here's the thing. He's not here. I don't want to talk about it. Respect the space. I get, Mike, I understand. I was in the room with you the other day. You were going scorched earth on him. I get it. I know how you feel about him. And some other people feel very similar to how you do. But he's not here. What's the point of talking about it? Then that just makes us the gossips, bro. I know what he said. I've heard him say the most egregious things. But regardless of that, he's not here to defend himself. This is one of the problems with Clubhouse. Let's move on. There's so many other things we can talk about. Mike, no bullshit, you're probably one of the smartest people on this app. We could go and
Just going to respond in saying this. This is not a union. This is not a Clubhouse union. This is not collective bargaining rights, okay? Your issue with a said person is your issue with a said person. We just want to move on, have polite conversation, and just simply move on. And I hope that you can just respectfully agree to disagree in the notion that we just simply have different experiences and different relationships with different people. That's it.
Please, let's move on because Brad.
Well, why don't we ask Dr. Adam to?
Hold on. Brad has blamed, and I like Brad. Y'all will go back and say JB and I were hosting a room tonight and talking about Brad, and we're not saying things can't be true once. I'll catch another straight for Brad. So yeah, let's please move on.
I'll just say this. Hold on, John. I don't want you. Don't even bring up his name, please. I'm asking you to respect the space, but I'll say this. And I'm not defending Brad. He said egregious things. I've said egregious things. We all have, right? But here's the deal. Brad has always been Brad. He's never deviated from who he is on this app. Now, I don't know if he's like that in real life. I don't care. So if you know that this guy is the way he is, and he bothers you, just don't be around him. Go to a different space. There's literally faces. Everybody comes to my space. Every once in a while, we catch lightning in a bottle and have a conversation that people leave this room and say, wow, that was a great fucking conversation. Anymore. We're done with that. Not tonight.
Can I say something really quickly?
Please.
Before this person leaves the room. Abby, I don't mean to call you out. I have tons of respect for Abby, but I want to issue an apology to Abby because I didn't get a chance to do this the other day in the month. There was a heated discussion going on, Abby and somebody else. I don't remember what they were talking about. Maybe it was Trump. I don't know. But they were very, very passionate in their discussion. And I think at some point I said, yes, please move on. And I know it probably felt dismissive, Abby. And I wanted to apologize because I was not trying to shut you up or shut you down. I respect you. I respect your voice. And I don't know if you left the room feeling some way. I did. I was just bored overall with the constant Trump conversation and Putin and whatever we were discussing in that room. I know one or two of the mods were trying to move on to a whole new topic, and it was impossible to move on. So I wanted to apologize to Abby. And Abby, I'm sorry for censoring you, but I see you're here, and I just wanted to apologize. If my saying, you might not even remember this, but I do, and it's been heavy on my heart since the day. And I said, next time I see Abby, I'm going to apologize to Abby. So this is my apology to Abby. I was not trying to dismiss you or shut you down or not give you space to speak. So that's it. Thank you.
Well, let me say this. Abby's a tough Philly girl. Trust me. She is banged with some of the biggest people on this app. People mistake her. She's the way she speaks, right? She's so eloquent. She's so nice that she's weak. Abby's one of the toughest ladies on this app. And listen, I love Abby. Abby and I haven't always agreed, but Abby's always welcome in my space. And I appreciate the apology.
She's too tough, Jay. I need to butter her up for the campaign, and she's already given to AIPAC, which is given to Darren LaHood.
Okay, I'm talking about that kid. Hey,
I knew that was coming.
Hey, I want to say that you are one of the most even-handed, kind people on the app. There's no question about it, and you are a blessing everywhere.
He's gonna regret ever contributing to the campaign. He's gonna do a card charge back.
Frankly, because you're so kind and gentle under pressure, and you apologize when you feel like you made mistakes, which shows that you have empathy and that you second guess yourself after the fact and feel guilty and have a little bit of shame sometimes, and all these things that normal people with good hearts have. I mean, Lord knows I have a ton.
I always call out for that, like war crimes. Why are we talking about that? I want to talk about Hamas. Like, you want to talk about war crimes? Well, let's talk about Hamas. You're sick of Hamas, not a problem. They're a bunch of fucking terrorists too. Yasser Arafat, you want to talk about that? That's fine. We can talk about it. I mean, she's trying to bring shit up, saying that there was documents released. By like the Israeli courts or whatever, and only they released it in the 1970s and 80s. Most ridiculous thing ever. And then after that, it was sealed up again. Like no one knew what it was saying.
Yeah, my new fighting tactic with all the.
Yeah.
You read that article?
Yeah, I knew all about all that stuff. Yeah.
Oh my God! Like he makes it sound like he was a simple street pimp. Like, you know, oh, I had 5 girls that were already drug addicts that worked for me, and I took a cut. No, he invited 2 fucking models to a hotel room, and him and his buddy raped them, and they kidnapped them and sold them to 60 different men for $2,000 a day.
Wow.
Like, that's fucking insane. That's not a pimp. That's a fucking sex trafficker and a kidnapper and a rapist.
Yeah, I mean,
that is fucking wild that he's like making it sound like he was some simple street pimp, you know, like fucking Cat Williams.
Well, I think the way he explains it or downgrades it is he says that there was prosecutorial misconduct and trumped up charges and things like that. But he paid, you know, he went to prison, so I don't know. I know. You can complain or gossip all you want, but that's not gonna get you the feedback you're looking for. I mean, that's why I record, because see, you can't get that dopamine the way I get it. Because if I got kicked and I got serious beef, now I'm just gonna focus in on that person and live stream them and record them, and then they become, you know, the hunted. So you can't get that dopamine the way I get it. So don't know what to tell you.
That's funny. But yeah, I thought initially I was like, oh, he must be like some simple street pimp. But I read that article. That was fucking wild. Like that was.
Yeah, well, I don't know. What do you know? What do you know about Pepe's background?
I don't know anything.
Well, you know, he's got a background too, and it's not pretty, you know. And why do you think these two guys attack each other? Because like that's how they, you know, prop up their self-esteem. Because if Pepe is roasting you, you know, how pathetic are you if Pepe is roasting you, and then vice versa?
Can it be when Pepe is roasting you? Yeah.
Well, the other thing is, how bad is it when you have to roast Pepe? Like that's also the other thing. So.
Yeah, it's fucking hysterical though. Like this story is like taking so many twisted turns that I just wasn't aware of, I guess.
Yeah, this is why the app does have, you know, wings, because there's enough people in it to keep playing this game forever. The drama gossip game. It will go on forever because it's like a math equation basically.
Yeah.
It's not going to stop. Tomorrow will be Brad's return, and there will be a huge Brad moment, and then it'll just repeat. The whole cycle will repeat. The whole weekly cycle will repeat on Monday.
Oh, I'm enjoying it. Keep the seasons coming, John.
Well, we're live streaming it, and if the campaign doesn't work out, we may have, you know, a video production business on our hands. So, you know.
I'm watching.
Oh, that's it. Maybe you're 2 o'clock. Anyways, but okay. Well, enjoy your evening. I'll talk with you soon.
All right, later, buddy.
Okay, bye. Death Hippie, welcome to the show.
How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing okay. Things are, it's better to be the eye of the hurricane as opposed, to the hurricane.
For me
What?
was the eye of the storm was the iris I picked up.
Meaning it. So if you make a deposit and then you leave. So if you make a deposit and then you leave, or if you go in and there's no place to make your deposit, you're not getting that fill. So it's interesting how you can manipulate it or be manipulated, basically.
Yeah, I can see that. I've had a very interesting spiritual awakening that's absolutely rocked my overall.
It's not too much information, and everything you just said is the opposite is probably true.
Perhaps. Yeah, perhaps. And it definitely is a simulation.
I mean, one thing to look at is your name. Disarray or chaos or a lot of unknowns and fears, but yet you go by Death Hippie. So chaos, death, and decay, as opposed to improvement or balance or stability or strength or victory. I mean, yeah, the tongue gives life and death. So I say choose life. As opposed to choosing death in your name, for God's sakes.
Life hippie. Ouch. I got into a very bad car wreck, and the seatbelt and the airbag saved me.
No, so now you're just going.
Life, choose life, and also life takes precedence. It's inscribed on my wedding ring. Yes. Everything's been going well for you. In my old days.
Okay, this is called Keeper of Secrets.
Mm-hmm.
You came here to tell my secret to everyone, what I give no sign of. Last night in a dream you offered a cup. I said I will not drink wine. Do not, the loss is yours. I'm afraid of being shamed. I'll reach for you and you won't be there. The perceived world, but you lay back on the ground. I am the true direction of the spirit, but you glance around at cloud, conscious of time and the leader. Don't change your rooster to a hen. Bend and sit crookedly, but tell the straight truth. Truth is enough. I am the friend, your spirit. Why look for someone else? If you like the verse about lending to God, lend a clipping from a counterfeit coin and get back the deed to a diamond mine. If for 2 or 3 days you bandage your eyes with awe, make your sensible eyes a fountain for the other ocean. If for only a second you go straight for this target, that arrowy intention becomes your bow and bowstring. There's no generosity better than this, that with your sins and forgetfulness, I'm telling you how to pray. So much for words which have to be written down.
never dies. So, let's be drawn into the timeless wisdom of Rumi through 9 unforgettable poems that explore the mysteries of existence. We'll start with the existence of origins in before time, uncover the radiant truth that I am pure light, and tackle the profound question, how you came into existence. Finally, we'll end with Rumi's heartfelt devotion to his master, Shams of Tabriz. I'm sure these poems will resonate with your heart, linger in your thoughts, and stir your soul. Before time. I was there on the first day, before anything had a name. On that day, there was neither I nor we. Every name and everything named came after me. Within one curl of the beloved's hair, I saw the birth of creation. I saw every name forming, every object coming into view. Yet there was no curl. I looked upon every cross in every church, yet he was not there. I went to the temples of India and the shrines of China, yet he was not there. I searched the mountains of Herat and Kandahar, yet he was not there. I scaled the distant peak of Mount Kaf, only to find the empty nest of the phoenix. I visited the Kaaba, but he was not there, amidst pilgrims young and old. I read the books of Avicenna, but his wisdom went beyond all the words. I went to the highest court, within the distance of 2 bow lengths, but he was not there. Then I looked within my own heart, and there I found him. He was nowhere else. Oh, my beloved, I searched both worlds, but never found joy without you. I have seen many wonders, but never a wonder like you. I pressed my soul's ear against countless doors, but never heard words when your love is the magnet that draws us near. Why should I seek? All I need do. Neither flesh of dust. Neither flesh of dust, nor wind inspire, nor water in veins, nor made of fire. I am neither an earthly carpet, nor gems, not of ancient promises, nor of...
So I'm gonna read some Rumi in just a minute, but this is an audiobook version.
Future prophecy, not of hellish anguish, nor of paradisiac, not of hellish anguish, nor of paradisiac ecstasy.
And this is book club.
Believe. My place is the no place. My image is without face. Duality with joyous laughter. Saw the unity of here and the hereafter. Unity of here and the hereafter. Unity is what in this world with love. I'm so drunk. The path of love isn't easy. I am free of worry and care. I have passed beyond the 4 qualities. My heart has torn away the veil of pretense. There was a time I circled with the 9 spheres, rolling with the stars across the sky.
Hey, Beam, I'm just getting set up here, but I'll read in just a minute.
There was a time I stayed by his side. I lived in his world, and he gave me everything. With the best of intentions, I became a prisoner in this form. How else did I get here? What crime did I commit? But I'd rather be in a prison with my friend than in a rose garden all alone. I came to this world to have a sight of Joseph's purity. Like a baby born of its mother's womb, I was brought here up like the clouds, pouring down like the rain. As a dervish, I sought the dust of annihilation, but it never touched my robe. So I gathered armfuls of roses in this faded garden of existence.
Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? You really need to talk to Why Refi. Why Refi?
Rule ultimately prevail over your nafs with your heart, knowing your ego will lead you to the knowledge of God. Rule number 3. You can study God through everything and everyone in the universe, because God is not confined in a mosque, synagogue, or church. But if you are still in need of knowing where exactly his abode is, there is only one place to look for him, in the heart of a true lover. Rule number 4. Intellect and love are made of different materials. Intellect ties people in knots and risks nothing, but love dissolves all tangles and risks everything. Risks nothing, but love dissolves all tangles and risks everything. Intellect is always cautious and advises, beware too much ecstasy, whereas love says, own your mind, take the plunge. Intellect does not easily break down, whereas love can effortlessly reduce itself to rubble. But treasures are hidden among ruins. A broken heart hides treasures. Rule number 5. Most problems of the world stems from linguistic mistakes and simple misunderstanding. Don't ever take words at face value. When you step into the zone of love, language, as we know it becomes obsolete. That which cannot be put into words can only be grasped through silence. Rule number 6. Loneliness and solitude are two different things. When you are lonely, it is easy to delude yourself into believing that you are on the right path. Solitude is better for us, as it means being alone without feeling lonely. But eventually, it is the best to find a person who will be your mirror. Remember, only in another person's heart can you truly see yourself and the presence of God within you. Rule number 7. Whatever happens in your life, no matter how troubling things might seem, do not enter the neighborhood of despair. Even when all doors remain closed, God will open up a new path only for you. Be thankful. It is easy to be thankful when all is well. A Sufi is thankful not only for what he has been given, but also for all that he has been denied. Rule number 8. Patience does not mean to passively endure. It means to look at the end of a process. What does patience mean? It means to look at the thorn and see the rose, to look at the night and see the dawn. Impatience means to be short-sighted, as to not be able to see the outcome. The lovers of God never run out of patience, for they know that time is needed for the crescent moon to become full. Rule number 9. East or west, south or north, makes little difference. No matter what your destination is, just be sure to make every journey a journey within. If you travel within, you'll travel the whole wide world and beyond. Rule number 10. The midwife knows that when there is no pain, the mother cannot give birth. Likewise, for a new self to be born, hardship is necessary. Just as clay needs to go through intense heat to become strong, love can only be perfected through and after adversity. Rule number 11. The quest for love changes you. There is no seeker among those who search for love who has not matured on the way. The moment you start looking for love, you start to change from the inside and outside. Rule number 12. There are more fake gurus and false teachers in this world than the number of stars in the visible universe. Don't confuse power-driven, self-centered people with true mentors. A genuine spiritual master will not direct your attention to himself or herself, and will not expect absolute obedience or utter admiration from you, but instead will help you to appreciate and admire your inner self. True mentors are as transparent as glass. They let the light of God pass through which come your way. Instead, let life live through you, and do not worry that your life is turning upside down. Rule number 14. God is busy with the completion of your work, both outwardly and inwardly. Rule number 15. It's easy to love a perfect God, unblemished and infallible that He is, and only know what one is capable of loving. There is no wisdom without love. Unless we learn to love God's creation, that cannot be cleansed with pure water, and that is the stain of hatred and bigotry contaminating the soul. You can purify your body through abstinence and fasting, but only love will purify your heart. Rule number 17. The whole universe is contained within a single human being, you. Everything that you see around, including the things that you might not be fond of, and even the people you despise or abhor, is present within you in varying degrees. Therefore, do not look for shaitan outside yourself, the devil, and hardness. You would see that it is an ordinary voice from within. Rule number 18. If you want to change the ways others treat you, you should first change the way you treat yourself, fully and sincerely. Otherwise, there is no way you can be loved. However, once you achieve that stage, be thankful for every thorn that others might throw at you. It is a sign that you will soon be showered in roses. Rule number 19. Not where the road will take you. Instead, concentrate on the first step. That is the hardest part, and that is what you are responsible for. Once you take that step, let everything do what it naturally does, and the rest will follow. Don't go with the flow. Be the flow. Rule number 20. We were all created in His image, and yet we were each created differently and unique. Rule number 21. When a true lover of God goes into a tavern, the tavern becomes his chamber of prayer. But when a wine bibber goes into the same chamber, it becomes his tavern. In everything we do, it is our hearts that makes the difference, not our 22. Life is a temporary loan, and this world is nothing but a sketchy imitation of reality. Only children would mistake a toy for. In this life, stay away from all kinds of extremities, for they will destroy your inner balance. Sufis do not go to extremes. A Sufi always remains mild and moderate. Rule number 23. The human being has a unique place among God's creation. God says, I breathed into him of my spirit. Each and every one of us, without exception, is designed to be God's delegate on earth. Ask yourself, just how often do you behave like a delegate, if you ever do so? Remember, it falls upon each of us to discover the divine spirit inside and live by it.
How to automate repetitive tasks. Watch this.
It's 2025. AI can build a pro-level website within a couple of minutes. Meanwhile, you're still asking it how to write emails.
On each of us to discover the divine spirit inside and live by it. Rule number 24. Hell is in the here and now. So is heaven. Quit worrying about hell. Every time we hate, envy, or fight someone.
Okay, I'm going to read you some Rumi quatrains. I'm going to go light and no land anywhere. cloud cover thick. I try to stay just above the surface, yet I'm already under and living within the ocean. I'm crying. My tears tell me that much. Last spring, but don't remember things I've said. Friend, our closeness is this. Anywhere you put your foot, feel me in the firmness under you. How is it with this love? Go to sleep. Praise God for these two insomnias and the difference between them. When I dightened, if I open my eyes, this bleeding eventually stops. The wolf appears. We run off in different directions, with always some thought of how lucky we are. But nothing floats for long. Death floods being other people. I tried to know myself. From within, I couldn't decide what to do. Unable to see, I heard my name being called. Then I walked outside. Today, like every other day, don't go back to sleep. People are going back and forth across the doorsill, where the two worlds touch. Beyond ideas of wrongdoing and right doing, there is a field. I'll meet you there, when the soul lies down in that grass. Now my loving is running toward my life, shouting, "What a bargain! Let's buy it." We have this way of talking, and we have another. Apart from what we wish and what we fear may happen, we are alive with other life, as clear stones take form in the mountain. Someone who goes with half a loaf of bread to a small place that fits like a nest around him. Someone who wants no more, who's not himself longed for by anyone else. He is a letter to everyone. You open it. It says, "Live." I'm loving now. I've heard it said there's a window that opens from one mind to another. But if there's no wall, there's no need for fitting the window or the latch. We take long trips. We puzzle over the meaning of a painting or a book, when what we're wanting to see and understand in this world, we are that. Does sunset sometimes look like the sun's coming up? Do you know what a faithful love is like? You're crying. Daylight, full of small dancing particles, and the one great turning. Our souls are dancing with you. Without feet they dance. Can you see them when I whisper in your ear? But we have ways within each other that will never be said by anyone. The human shape is a ghost, made of distraction and pain. Sometimes pure light, sometimes cruel. Stay in the company of lovers, those other kinds of people. They each want to show you something. A crow will lead you to an empty barn, a parrot to sugar. There is a light seed grain inside. You fill it with yourself or it dies. Insane. Don't think of good advice for me. I've tasted the worst that can happen, so they lock me somewhere bound and gagged. They can't tie up this new love I have. And secret touching, and nights you can't remember at all. The Sufi opens his hands to the universe. and gives away each instant free, unlike someone who begs on the street, is the one I love everywhere. They say that paradise will end, since this is how it's going to be. Come to the orchard in spring. There is light and wine, sweethearts and the pomegranate flowers. If you do not come, these do not matter. If you do come, these do not matter. Poles apart, I'm the color of dying. You are the color of being born. Unless we breathe in each other, there can be no garden. So that's why plants grow and laugh at our eyes, which focus on distance. He walks by himself in the forest. You're most handsome when you're after food. Spend less time with nightingales and peacocks. One is just a voice, the other just a color. For a while we lived with people, but we saw no sign in them of until you've kept your eyes and you're wanting still for 50 years. You don't begin to cross over from confusion. The minute I'm disappointed, I feel encouraged. When I am ruined, I am healed. When I am quiet and solid as the ground, then I talk, the low tones of thunder for everyone. I drink stream water and the air becomes clearer and everything I do. I become a water wheel, turning and tasting you as long as water moves. In pain, under 9 layers of illusion, whatever the light, on the face of any object, in the ground itself, a cup for others to drink wine from. In this town somewhere there sits a calm, intelligent man who doesn't know what he's about to do. I asked for 1 kiss. You gave me 6. Who was teacher is now student. Things good and generous take form in me, and the air is clear. I am insane, but they keep calling to me. They awake like the night watchman. When they're drunk enough, and it's late enough, they recognize me. They say, there's daylight. Warmer and warmer. I think, why not trade in this overcoat made of leaves and dirt? Then I look out the window. For what? Both worlds are here. Since we've seen each other, a game goes on. Secretly I move, and you respond. You're winning. You think it's funny. But look up from the board now. Look how I've brought in furniture to this invisible place. I started looking for you, not knowing how blind that was. Lovers don't finally meet somewhere. They're in each other all along. If you have any patience left, we know what to do. Don't believe that I have a love like that. If one day you see a picture of how you think, you will hate yourself openly. And then they'll complete these roomy quatrains. I'm not talking out loud. I'm talking to the ears of your spirit. Remember what I've said. Tomorrow, I'll say openly what I'm saying tonight. It's everywhere. Our eyes and our feelings focus together with our words. We have a huge barrel of wine, but no cups. It's fine with us. Every morning we glow, and in the evening we glow again. They say there's no future for us. They're right, which is fine with us. Breath, I belong to myself. As much as a pen knows what it's writing, or the ball can guess garden. Do you look at thorns or flowers? Spend more time with roses and jasmine. Time through the same gates. We are the mirror as well as the face in it. We are tasting the taste. Mine with looking at you. One drunkard takes care of another. We are walking through a garden. Turn away for a minute. You're doing it again. You have my face here, but you look at flowers.
A little bit more of a simplified understanding of what it is that I do, but that's cool because it's.
Do you have a terminal to a quantum computer, right?
Yeah. So
okay, just basic what, five qubit calculations or something.
Life, but even in fact, I should send you some of the info on QSteam, and you can look it up. But I think I've told you a little bit about it. Like we build courses, we build quantum courses.
QSteam?
Yeah.
Wow, QSteam.
QSteam, yeah. So
it's like, you've added quantum to STEM. Or STEAM.
Yeah.
Wow, but he's like making it sound like it's a complete, it's like LGBTQ++. I got it, all the letters.
Yeah, so
it's a buzzword salad, I got it.
Yeah, something like that. But
I completely get it. Yeah.
If you're someone on the learning side of the desk, if you're somebody interested in learning quantum science, QSteam is just sort of a bunch of on-ramp ways to get there. We built 4 courses, and there's 4 more courses that we're trying to come in with as well. But what it is it's we can run it at any given time if there's a critical mass of students to take it. So, there's internship opportunities through it as well. But the 4 courses.
Microwave.
Generators
or lasers.
Two things here. When you say we, right? So it depends what you're talking about.
Are the students exposed to an oscilloscope and microwave equipment?
Yes. Yeah.
So it's some kind of collective thing, and it's different everywhere?
Yeah, it's NSF funded, yes. So it was
Oh, interesting. So that's the program in this field?
No, I can't. I don't think there's
so simulation and interpretation.
Just like the Drake equation, any kind of math that you want to throw into the probability that you're in a simulation is going to be very loosey-goosey.
Important about the Drake equation. The importance of the Drake equation is whether or not it fully captures the terms that would be important. And then over time you can. Well, I feel like it's a pretty good expression of that.
I don't think anybody's added anything critical to it in 50 years. But that way, do not have qualitative values. Quantitative values, sorry.
Yeah, I know you mean.
Okay, simulation interpretation. So I think of simulation interpretation as one of the ways that you can. Simulation interpretation
Is the way that we can escape the hellhole of quantum interpretation?
Of the quantum entanglement. Sure. Well, look, you have quantum entanglement, right? You have Bell's. Bell kind of creates this, and then with John Clauser and everything, once you get rid of hidden variables, now you've got real problems. You've got like the observer effect problem. You've got multiple universes problems. You've got superdeterminism is one way that you can deal with this, and the simulation interpretation is another way you can deal with this. Now, I prefer Einstein interpretation, which is I opened up a room on that earlier.
I know you did.
And that's just the hidden variable local realism interpretation, right? I think that one is on the has the best grasp, but simulation interpretation would be, well, if you take a look, if you accept simulation interpretation, there's no need for you to accept multiple universes interpretation. See what I mean?
Well, there's another slant on that. I mean, you could say that the multiple universes could also not be a quantum object, right? It could not be a result of quantum. You could still get there with simulations. I mean, it would make more sense to have multiple universes, right? If you had a simulation. I mean, that as a sentence almost makes more plausible sense, right? It would mean something different. It would mean something different.
That's kind of interesting, because what you're kind of poking at there is that maybe we could have an experiment that would expose the fact that the machine has to spin up a new universe every time we do a thing that triggers quantum entanglement.
Yeah, whatever that thing is, right? Like,
whatever that thing is. And maybe we could feel the parent computer slowing down for a minute every time it has to spin one up.
Sure. Why we get weird effects like Casimir effect or Hawking radiation or whatever, these things that feel weird, anything that's quantum jittery, I don't know if they have to be mutually exclusive. But anyways, I think without getting into it, didn't realize there was people here that haven't invited up. What up, Hanson? What up? Speaking of Hanson.
Yeah, I was wondering what's wrong. It's very rare that I speak for more than about 25 seconds before there isn't 14 people who all want to.
You're in a room that people are like, oh my gosh, I have to contribute to the talk. Benjamin's talking, it's got to be good. What up, Hanson?
Right. Well, usually they just come up and like.
Yes, it is. When you say the word quantum, it's like saying, standing in front of the mirror at midnight and evoking the devil to come out. What is
if you leave the topic at the top of the room for about 14 seconds, I'm going to ask the two of you to attack my latest thesis so that I can defend it.
Jeez.
Hassan. Sean and I haven't met, but I can tell he loves me.
He's got.
Yeah.
It was, boy. Come on, my man.
How do you run the play?
Yes, sir.
Well, they jumping the shit out of fucking Hugo over there. Well, how do you run the play though?
He ran a play on Hugo. He went over there and cat wrapped him, and they jumping the shit out of Hugo.
Hugo went over there on his own.
Yes, sir.
I'm good.
We in this
So happy.
Job wanted to die. He was going through so much. Do you want to keep answering questions from this guy? It seemed like you wanted to move on.
This was getting sinners.
I still want to.
Hold on, Sam. Hold on.
Daniel, hold on.
You're hogging the mic. Hold on. No, him and D just had a whole conversation.
You're hogging the mic.
I just got two.
You're hogging the mic.
I'm the one that's talking, y'all.
I have 27 more questions.
Why is everybody over talking right now? What the fuck, moderators?
Azariah, so
I don't even want to troll. I just want to say something. I don't want to start it.
let him know if you want to still have the conversation, so that he doesn't hit.
Yes.
Well, I wouldn't go that far as saying like, this is a delusion. I don't. If people want to like believe in higher power, fine. Because I think it gets people.
If your thoughts came from a brain formed by accident, how can you trust that your reasoning is even valid?
Is that it seems that we're here for natural causes. If there is truly a creator that put us here, if you have a demonstration of a creator, I'm over here.
Look at him. He came to hold his peace as a million. His PCR is a questions. His name is Sam Rosen. He's talking. Be quiet. Place the batteries in his room.
That was the third term. Input. I think we enjoyed the conversation. We can move on to next. Have a wonderful dinner with your wife.
Bye. So that's the behavior of psychopaths. There's no reason why God would need to do the wager, given it's omniscient. There's no reason why we have to prove anything to the devil. He can just beam the true beliefs into the devil's mind. The idea that the devil and God would wager and then use the torture of a man as a fucking way to do it is retarded. And then God, in the story of Job, he killed Job's sons, and then they give God afterwards like, well, we gave him new sons, so therefore it's fine that I did this. It's not fine that you killed my sons just to give me more sons, you fucking retard God. So the story is just childish, evil nonsense, and you should just all see it obvious.
Can I go? Yeah, I think Sam made a great point.
That's the perspective of someone who doesn't know the Bible. So
yeah, let's let King respond.
Go ahead, King.
Yeah. So I'm not even gonna. Well, I'll be in the Bible a little bit, but I'm just gonna be realistic. So recently, I just lost my homeboy, my best friend. I talked to him day and night. I talked to him morning. I talked to him. It was a hard loss for me. You know what I'm saying? And he hurt me. Like I was hurt. Like I'm driving, trying to work, and it just really hurt me to the core. And I do believe in the God of the Bible that we read about. It's crazy what happened to me. It's gonna blow y'all mind, bro. I drive trucks, right? I was in the woods just driving. An owl came down and somewhere else come down like he's gonna come in my windshield and just fly up. And I kind of jumped because I was messing with my phone at the same time. And so now I'm calling, broke my windshield coming straight at me. And so I was like talking to my homeboys, we joking. He's like, damn, you might be seeing a ghost. It might be your man. I don't believe in that kind of stuff, you know what I'm saying? And so I said, if I see another owl, it's definitely a sign, And so I saw another owl that same night, and it came close to me. And so now it's got my attention. Now I'm searching. I'm on ChatGPT. What does that mean? And I'm seeing omens, and people see owls when people die and stuff like this. So I didn't think nothing of it. Did I go out?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I didn't think nothing of it. So I saw, and so now I'm just really searching, going hard. I'm searching, and so what I end up doing is going back to the last conversation me and my friend had the day before he died. He got killed, and we was talking about how the ancient languages had meanings to them. Every letter had meanings to them, and so
to this process, I see more owl, and when I go to this place, I type in my number, and I was like, I done seen 4 owls within the span of like 3 days, and they all close encounters. And while I'm talking, I put my number in the computer, and the screen pop up and got a picture of an owl. All right, I'm like, okay, God, you got my attention. And now I go search the ancient language, because I go back to the text message the day before to see what we was talking about. We was talking about ancient Hebrew. And so I looked up owl in the ancient Hebrew, and I ChatGPT'd it and looked up the letters, and it came back, it said the yod, which is the divine hand, the beginning of transformation, and then the nun, which is life in motion, the continuation of a soul, shin, the fire, pain, or spiritual refinement, and then the vowel was the bridge, the connection between worlds, and then the last letter was pet, the mouth, the breath, the voice returning after one is silent. And when you put that together, let me see, can I get it? Let me see, can I get it? When you put it together, it forms a sentence. So in the sentence, it's saying.
What are you yapping about?
This man, he's talking about something that was.
I want to know what this boy is yapping about.
Well, I'm just giving my experiences, man.
Go ahead and give it now, boy. Get to the point, boy.
Okay, Aaron Lockwood was going to be good for the hood.
Yeah, but long story short, you know, it was a message straight from the Most High God telling me that my friend. Okay. Let me see what I get. So I went through the letters, and then it formed the sentence. I can't get to it right now, but when you put those letters together, it's telling you that that my friend was in the hands of the divine one, and he's being going through a transformation. His life is in motion, his soul is continuing, and it says a spiritual refinement, and then it had the bridge, the connection between worlds, and the mouth, the breath, the voice returning after silence. So my friend died, but I know that his soul is with the Most High God. That's what the message of the hour was when I broke it down. It's just, I didn't have to go to the scripture. It's real life. I told my Christian friends, I told my Hebrew Israelite friends, I told my atheist friends, you know what everybody said, I told my Muslim friend, you crazy. But it's only a few people that can hear this and believe, but that's straight from my life experience, so I know that
Anybody else would like to share?
I hate to say this, but I think that you were not just like, I think you're just making this up. I think you're a liar, pants on fire, who made up a story about an owl.
All lighting party MMA fighters should be banned from the damn sport.
Listen, that was the most dominant win I've ever seen.
It was.
Hey, Edward, I see you there in the audience. Our Clown House director. So, but they're part of the game, you know.
I was just following up with you. I seen you were live. I'm still interested, man. I think that you're a genuine person. You said you got what now?
We've raised $510 on the app. So the $510 on the app. So I'm gonna match it. So we've got about $1,000 in.
Last time I thought you said you had 1,000 already, and you were gonna match 900 at 19.
No, we've actually only raised like 510 off of Clubhouse. So I may have misspoke, but we've only got $1,000 in the campaign. But
and because you got the papers yet, you got the sheets.
I don't have the PDFs. I haven't spent any more time looking for them yet. But
meet up with the people that and correlate and coordinate like that. Where I would have to look and see is that totally was that be totally valid in Illinois. But yeah, that's a great idea as well. And well, I'm about to just hang around Elmhurst. It's pretty expensive out here if I didn't have to. So I was just campaigning for today's 42nd district out here. I got 300. So the weekend is good, but a lot of times it doesn't matter to talk about this. So it's on you. I don't know if I hang around here. What is today? 4 hoes of the week. What is today? 4 hoes of the week.
yeah, I'm just getting people from this app to basically donate to you or pay you. But because we only have $1,000,
I don't even know how to host a room and all of that.
Oh,
just up turning the midnight oil. I seen that you were on, and I taking a listen to what you had going on over there.
Congress House and one of our haters on here, Adams, who is supporting Darren LaHood, is giving us good content for YouTube. But we need Mojo X back, and he'll probably be back on Monday or Tuesday, hopefully. But he's the one who's helping do a lot of the organizing here in this app and doing the money bombs, fundraisers, and content creation. And he liked you, and I thought your interview went well, and I definitely want you to get signatures. But in terms of if you did a Friday and a Saturday and it was $200 a day plus lodging plus fuel, and it was $200 a day plus lodging plus fuel, that's going to be like a $700 endeavor. I would assume that would be the minimum. See how many signatures you get, and then you can determine whether you want to do hourly or per signature. And then hopefully if we can raise, let me see here. So I'm going to live stream an X space. This is Adrian Dittman, aka Elon Musk, live on X right now. It's called The Conversation. It's under Adrian Dittman. That X account is called John Kitover IL16.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm pressing play here. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Get acclimated to the app here.
Yeah, no worries.
So what now? LLC what?
Do you have an X account?
Twitter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Try to find this guy called Adrian Dittman on there. I'll put it in the chat on here. Or actually, maybe I can just get you the link. Let me see if I can pin it. But this guy, this is Elon Musk. This is his pen name account or his burner account. Two T's, one M. No, I think that's my account. Because I have filmed Elon Musk on X for 2 years now. And
What's his profile?
it's in the link. Click that link above. That's his X account.
Oh, you put a link in here.
And we have a nationwide federal law enforcement apparatus that is also not accountable to the people.
That's Elon Musk.
I don't like using that word police state just because it will be used as weapon.
Yeah, that's him. That's Elon Musk.
It's definitely concerning. I just don't like using that word.
When has there ever been a situation?
And you were saying, what about this?
Law enforcement agency or unit or
Just follow him, and because eventually we want to try to raise money from Elon, but he's not a friend of the campaign yet.
when has there ever been a single law enforcement force
Are you,
together to police in the name? There's a limitation there, right? It implies tasks.
see what I just put in there?
Yeah, I see it.
To be honest, it's yes in the word.
Exceeds its mandates and overreaches just in that limited capacity. What do you think is going to happen with a just in that limited capacity? What do you think is going to happen with a federal police force?
It's only getting worse.
And where is it getting worse?
Let me ask you guys, is anybody abreast to a gentleman
Who is responsible for passing law? Okay. Who is the governing body right now that it's at? In both Congress and in the Senate, in the House and the Senate and the Executive.
Bomb fundraiser on Monday to get you out into the field next week.
Yeah, I was trying to. Are you saying under the
be advised,
But we need to hold.
It's definitely going on.
Okay, so I voted for Trump.
Okay, let's keep our fingers crossed and enjoy the rest of your night, and I will chat with you tomorrow or Monday.
To remove the
Sounds good.
Is that happening right now?
Okay, sounds good. Have a good night. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Is the powers of the deep state expanding right now?
You know, I was thinking about the question that you said. I think it's actually a good thing. I've been listening to you. I understand your takes. They can resist the president. They are the most powerful in the nation. It's always been the sheriffs. That's where the root power of law enforcement actually comes from, is the sheriff's departments. So now whether or not you're going to have a strong sheriff that's going to stick up for its citizens and its communities when, you know, a president sends in or a governor sends in other law enforcement.
Does Trump's new EO give him the authority to deputize sheriff and municipal law enforcement as ICE agents?
Well, yeah, so that's why I wanted to touch on that earlier. So when they deputize them, they're essentially giving them the permission to enforce the federal laws. From my understanding, it does it. They can actually deputize these. Very interesting discussion. Yeah, exactly. So this is a very interesting discussion.
So then the local law enforcement.
Yeah.
So then, am I being hyperbolic or crazy, or what about my position of having a concern with this is fallacious?
No, nothing. I think that your concern, and I've kind of heard it in the way that I kind of think about it right now. Our guy is kind of behind the wheel. We kind of agree with what he's doing, but we also know that he could abuse the classified materials to justify his actions. They're not doing it right now, but there's clearly an insurrection. It's been happening nationwide. Agendas, not U.S. government-related agendas.
And you don't think that they've been doing the same thing to get the federal government to carry out non-U.S. government is the one that's responsible for creating the invasion? How is policing the states going to fix a problem within the federal government?
Well, I think part of it's now you got to try and clean up the mess that was left from the prior administration, which is this is the way the U.S. Constitution and our our government works. It's a back and forth kind of thing. You got that pendulum swinging back and forth. Trump is actually trying to do. I think he's trying to be delicate while he does this, because he could have clearly just signed a piece of paper, declared it an insurrection, and handled this much differently. So I do believe
a dictator for life in Russia. It's not easy. You have to be both simple and a great chess player, obviously. And I know that Trump is looking to get out because we can't afford it right now. As opposed to
Wednesday, he said that he is going to police the states, and if they resist, he will declare an emergency.
Yeah. So right now you have states that are actively resisting federal law enforcement.
Go the way that the federal government wants, then.
Well, in a way, we already have a federal police force. It's just not organized for necessarily what he's using it for now. Like, that's not their sole.
It was local and federal.
Yeah, but they've now started helping with some of the local laws under declare a insurrection.
If he declares the Insurrection Act, when he goes into Detroit or when he goes into Chicago or New York, will it still be a federal police force?
Well, I think he's trying to avoid that. He shouldn't have to. The states are mandated.
What evidence do you have to suggest that he's avoiding it?
The evidence is that these are
state. I'm not saying that you don't have evidence. I'm not trying to get you to prove a negative. Okay, I'll try again. What evidence is there that Trump is not going to send? Okay. He's declared that he is sending police into the cities. So, can we agree that he's declared he's sending police into state-level cities?
Yes, because
sending police into state-level cities, federal police force, correct?
Yeah, they have field offices all over the place. They're not.
Who's going to be good for
nationwide, not that I know. I know that they're doing that in D.C. Washington, D.C.
Does declare that he's intending to do it nationwide, correct?
Similar. I haven't heard the specifics, but in the cities that are kind of crime-ridden, as well as having what's now been declared foreign terrorist organizations in those cities.
Article 2, Section 1 of the United States Constitution. Article 2, Section 1.
Point this out again, Diligent. There has been a massive failure on the state side. State governors, all the way down to cities that have failed to protect
lowering crime for a significant period of time in these cities. What has to happen to, what kind of force or what kind of police force does he have to organize to make that work?
Well, it should be a cooperation, like a cooperation agreement.
Yeah, but
obviously
it's not a cooperation, or it would already be occurring. So let's get past the semantics of what it should be, and let's get to this. They say that they were gonna go into these cities and lower one category of crime. Did he say that when he spoke Wednesday?
No, that's.
That would be a task force. It has to happen for him to be able to go into those cities and lower crime in general.
We'd have to have justification.
Chicago and LA. Logistically. So don't try to come up with justifications, okay, under the authorization or the authority of the president, correct?
Yeah, and they'll deputize National Guard members.
And they'll deputize whoever they need to make it happen, correct?
Yeah, in order to carry out the.
So there will be. So there will.
Okay, so yeah, logistically, yeah. Logistically, yeah.
Okay, so there has to be a federal law enforcement present to enforce the laws in this crime rampant city of Chicago, correct?
Yeah.
Is that same logic to apply to Chicago, to LA?
Yeah, any of those problematic areas.
Does that same logic apply to New York?
Yes, New York City. Yeah, I believe that's on the list as well.
Does that same federal police force that's enforcing the laws of the federal and local
answering to one person or one agency, okay? See, the federal executive branch of the government. I'll just leave it there, right?
I think it's too high.
How long
Any
does it
deprivation of rights on the citizen justifies it.
How many on what basis or what? It's every year.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so is it going to be just a year? So we're gonna have we're can you give me 100? Is crime reported annually? Anybody give me 100? Anybody on stage? Anybody listening? Is it going to take a federal occupation of these cities to determine whether or not they're lowering the crime?
Well, it can't take more than 3 years, right? Because he'll be leaving office then.
So
that's the protection in our system.
That's the protection in our system.
Yep. That's the only one we have.
To be honest. When a president does executive actions, when is the stated sunset for the federal police force?
That's what I'm saying. There isn't one, unless
And you said that by nature of the system, that it would be the end of the presidential term. We should wait for a single cohesive federal police force to be in power before we try to mitigate it. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's the problem. We already created the system. It existed under Obama as well. It existed under Bush and Clinton. It's been around for a long time.
When has there ever been a single federal police force like what's being proposed right now in your memory under any president?
No. Nope. This is the first time I've seen the federal government do this.
Yeah. Okay. So if it's not something that we've dealt with under Obama or Bush or any other,
the law exists, and your senators are the ones that voted for it, as well as mine. They're the ones that put it in there.
It doesn't. Okay, I understand that. That's fine. We can. Hindsight's 20/20. That's good. So, and then try to fix it afterwards, or should we try to prevent it from happening at all? Which seems more logical?
I don't remember much power ever being given to government that ever gets given back to the people. And that everybody should be worried about that.
Thank you. Let's go to Terry.
The villainy and scum and terrorists that have taken over our city streets are already running in fear. And I just hope that he deploys more systematically, retakes our captured cities, and eliminates sanctuary city status to all major U.S. cities.
John, are the Democrats responsible for the crime-ridden city that you're in right now in Chicago?
The youth and the mayor vetoed a street takeover policy, so the police can't actually utilize their own force to keep the citizens of Chicago safe because the mayor blocks them from doing so.
Who voted for the mayor of Chicago?
All the liberal
Trump is expanding the police force federally like he wanted to in all of these major cities. What happens if a Democrat wins power?
Stand down from any federal issues and prevent them from communication, coordination, etc.
Say what?
I'm saying that the mayor will prevent the city of Chicago police from doing any type of interaction, planning, coordination, or operations.
So if Trump's creating a national police force by integrating agencies and dispersing them abroad, as you advocated for just on my stage, what happens when a Democrat gains control of that police force, that federal police force? A Democrat gains control of the police force that's being created right now.
Well, they will do with that police force what they choose to do, either release, disband, or control and modify for whatever purposes.
So do we go by historical precedent? Isn't that the most logical thing to do?
Sure.
Okay, and so how was the federal police force wielded under Biden the last 4 years?
I think they were.
Well, you just said that we could go by precedent. If we're going by historic precedent, it means that they're going to wield it in an authoritarian manner, right?
Correct.
Okay.
You sound educated. So if they're going to wield police power in an authoritarian manner, does expand, and how are you going to limit that power?
Well, I mean, it's the three branches of government. So as the government changes, that power and that force is going to change with it.
So, okay, I feel like that's not an answer. So how are you going to prevent the Democrats gaining control of the national police force?
Sorry.
Maybe if you hold your phone different or something, you're good cutting out. Are you using a headset?
No.
Okay. How do we prevent the government? How do we prevent the Democrats from using it against us like they did in the first 4 years of the Biden administration?
I just don't think you can. I think the weaponization and the lawfare is always going to happen no matter who's in control, because this is all one giant.
Then is expanding, okay, based on your statement just now, if it's going to be expanded and used against us, regardless of who's in control, okay, is expanding the police force power when it comes to a society?
Well, with Trump in the presidency, the short-term solution is the quickest and easiest answer.
So the quickest and easiest is the smart play here?
Yeah, I think we're in crisis, and what he's doing now is a requirement, and hopefully it'll fizzle out, and there will be no, increase in powers or some type of police force in the future.
Hopefully it'll fizzle out. What? So how does fizzle out? What? So how does the expansion of the federal police force, and for what law, or what evidence? Where do you think it's gonna fit? Where do you think it's gonna fizzle out? I don't see it. Where does it sunset before
Illegal alien invaders will be in a much more highly secured state. Alien invaders will be in a much more highly secured state as a country, and if that will eliminate Democrat power in terms of harvesting votes and winning elections.
Was it sanctuary cities and illegal aliens that were pulling pro-lifers out of their houses under Biden?
No.
So is it sanctuary cities and pro-lifers that are the problem? The more pertinent?
No, I don't think abortion is as big as an issue as illegal alien invasion by the tune of 20 to 30 million.
Who is dragging pro-lifers out of their house under Biden?
The FBI.
What's that?
The FBI.
And so you think that giving the FBI more power right now is the more pressing problem?
In Washington, I think Washington, D.C. is just the first step and a much bigger rollout.
That's my concern, right? If the FBI has been the problem, they're the ones pulling people out of their houses, and Washington, D.C. is just the start, okay, which is where the FBI is based out of. Okay, do you not see?
On Dan Bongino have fired a lot of corrupt FBI officials, and in Chicago on the train platforms, the FBI are already in the trains making arrests, keeping the citizens of Chicago safe.
So how many officials have Dan Bongino or Cash Patel fired out of the FBI?
At least a dozen.
It's 505.
No, I'm talking about senior executive leadership.
So
this guy is so funny.
Work for the FBI?
I think it's like 60,000 or 80,000.
It's 100,000.
Well, there's been a wave of retirements that have brought it down by about 15,000, so I'm not sure the exact number right now.
Okay. And the weaponized government that occurred under Biden wasn't limited to the FBI. It was the Department of Homeland Security.
No, most likely not, because there's too many. I think there's too many in the system right now, but it's a start.
That's right. So not hiring people to
No, they're utilizing the DEA and FBI.
Will expand funding for these agencies.
100%, yes.
And does more funding mean more or less personnel?
It means more personnel.
Okay. And so is the police state expanding
It's so
or shrinking
retarded.
right now?
I think it's probably declining. As I said, I don't think they can hire fast enough.
If funding increases the number of personnel, then it logically speaking, it's increasing. Law enforcement agents, the law enforcement aspect of the state is increasing. Correct? It's the only thing that can happen if you hire more personnel.
I agree, but there's a huge retired force.
So if we just exponentially increase funding for these agencies across the board, and funding means more personnel, okay, where are you getting that it's going to shrink? Are you saying that the hundreds of billions of dollars that we just put into these agencies is going to somehow be outpaced by retirements? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, because to bring on a trained law enforcement officer, say a criminal tax investigator, that training ramp up period is like 1 to 3 years.
The future based on simple math. The math is that if you expand the funding for departments by hundreds of billions of dollars, they're going to increase resources, services, right? New weapons, new armor, new vehicles, all of that, right? I know that whenever you feed a government agency money, it grows. If you're running for
That's not necessarily true, because if you look at the acquisition or the contracting, it could be multi-billions of dollars just for Palantir. It grows.
If you limit the funds that go into an agency, it grows.
Well, at $37 trillion in debt, yes, budgets have been growing, but hopefully we have some fiscal conservatives in Congress like candidate John Kitover or Thomas Massey.
If I create a single agency and I name it the Government Diligence Agency, and it has 10 people, and I giving that agency money to pay those 10 people, what happens?
That agency would technically be disbanded and those employees would be retired.
They're no longer going to be working in that agency, correct?
Correct. They would get their pink slips and their retirement packages.
Okay, and if I give that agency $100 million, is it going to fire those employees or is it going to expand?
It's going to expand.
Right. Okay, so now that we've worked out fundamentally, how do you come up with the logic that we're going to have less people
because
by the time Trump leaves office?
Because law enforcement is a special branch of the government with their own separate pensions at 1.5% your top 2 years. So it's a much longer time in and time out. So I don't think that they can even hire people fast enough to increase it at a rate that you think would be fast growth. I think the onboarding process for law enforcement holds them back from basically drastically increasing the number of law enforcement personnel across all the agencies.
Is it easier to hire people from law enforcement or the federal government, or is it easier to fire them?
It's much easier to hire than it is to fire.
So it's easier to hire them than it is to fire them. It's funding them increases their growth. But somehow, based on your logic, just because they're law enforcement, we're going to end up with less because of retirements. Correct? That's what you're saying?
Yeah. Let me put the query into Grok, see what Grok says.
All the other laws of the universe are going to come to a screeching halt because of retiring law enforcement, right?
Let me see what the actual numbers are, and then I can be more specific.
I think you should, because that's not the math ain't mathing, bro. Let's see what's up, Coyote.
Not the black man got the heebie-jeebies over here.
Yeah, what about? What's up?
Nah, I said,
don't sit right. You know what I'm saying? Like even if it's speculation and facts or whatnot, like all this doesn't sit good in the pit of my stomach. I don't know, man.
What doesn't sit? Can you be more specific? That you're making
all this. I mean, those, city. Everybody in the cities with the, the military and stuff, dude. It's just like it's taken away from the state. The tent.
So are you? So let me ask you this, Coyote. Does giving government agencies in your mind, do you think that that's going to make them smaller or larger?
Larger.
Were government agencies wielded by the Democrats against we the people the last 4 years?
Yes.
Do you think it's a good idea to expand the power of the government agencies that were wielded against we the people the last 4 years?
Not at all. I would suggest minimize it.
Thanks, Scotty. Do you have anything else to add?
Shit. I mean, good to be amongst patriots.
Thanks, brother. Zintani or Edith? I don't know. Edith, I know that you're not extremely political, but I know that you are mathematical. Hi, Zintani. You want to give us some levity?
Yes. I am not a business one. I've never did investments like that. They don't have to follow the ones.
What could they be missing out on? You talking about?
Geopolitics.
So outside of that, okay, which is funny, the other individual, John, did you get those?
Yeah, 2025 and 2026. Based on the latest data, federal has 137,000 sworn law enforcement officers. State and because the federal government also funds a lot of these local police departments and major city police departments.
That's conditional, right?
Well, I'm just telling you that the growth is 4% according to GRAC. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, but you're skewing the numbers because you're giving subjective data into it by including local law enforcement. I was strictly talking about the answers to the president.
All right, well, I'll post it to my X account. If you want to do a GRAC query and get federal numbers, go right ahead.
Got you.
Responses specifically related to the president's authority over local law enforcement data. Based on the context of our discussion about DC crime and federal intervention, I found no direct federal mandate requiring local law enforcement in DC to report crime data specifically to the president. However, under the Homeland Act, the Department of Homeland Security and its Office of Inspector General accounted for nearly half, at 66,000 and 10 officers.
Give me the most recent data you reviewed.
142,500. About 34% of federal law enforcement officers, around 48,000 of the 142,533 employed on disciplinary
we on track to expand or limit law enforcement power by the infrastructure? And I want you to tell me why. Pause for a second. So, given the expansion of law enforcement and the framework that you just described, including the violence, does that mean that the federal executive has ultimate authority to control local municipalities and agencies? Okay, Rob, is Trump deputizing multiple agencies to police the DC? Is he using the DOJ to deputize other agencies to police DC right now? Rob, using that as a framework, is it possible for the DOJ to deputize ICE in the same way? So, Grok, if Trump is able to successfully set the federal priority, Grok, did Trump suggest that he was going to federalize police in Democrat cities, Chicago, LA, New York, the same way they did in DC? With police in any of these state level municipalities, and those state level municipalities are up. Grok, Grok, is there any way that federal authorities can
edema. You know,
Nobody said that.
What's interesting? Listen, El Normo, you're a piece of shit. Go somewhere else. But Hagat, let me tell you something. El Normo, I've been on this app. Everyone wants to talk shit about Tillerson. Everyone wants to talk shit about Tillerson.
She said that Danny DANI was 16. I was like, Danny's like 4.
Listen,
everybody was
doesn't she have kids?
Here we go. Here goes the El Normo show.
So I said, no one sends me any naked pictures. That's anti-Semitic.
Which is funny. Which is, I think, meant to be.
It is.
I don't think that's funny.
Well, what do you think?
Well, this is the thing, Hagat.
But you know what? But
anti-Semitic is like an insult.
Yeah,
They use it a little too much, so I think it's funny that he's making it funny.
Well,
it's like an Armenian genocide joke. You know?
I've been on this app. I've been on this app for 2 years.
Amir is like getting off posting Danny's intimate revelations. That's like revenge porn. That's it.
That's not that.
No, sure it is. Listen to what she says. She's being very explicit. It's really disgusting. They just keep playing it over and over.
Yeah, I want to.
Evangelism is not the space for this like Palestine-Israel conflict to take over.
Hey, I didn't mention the word, did I?
No, I'm not talking.
I didn't mention that word.
I'm not talking about you. Hold on. Like it's not turned into the cesspool of revenge porn, accusations, toxic, calling people's workplaces and family members, posting people's.
I don't know anybody who's done that.
It's happened on both sides, though.
Wait, Shasha never did that.
Not on my side. I can only speak for my side.
They were talking about saying that you supposedly called somebody's work.
Say hello.
Alright, so Norm, let me ask you a question. What I heard.
Even blowjob videos and stuff.
I've never heard that before.
Oh, you should play it.
Now we're gonna play down.
Anti-Semitic.
Yeah, you didn't say that. You didn't say it only not once. You said it like 3 times.
One time. Right there.
No, it was 3 times.
I think it's funny. I'll say it again. I think it's hilarious. It's only like a 10-second thing.
No, why were you 10 seconds? It was about 2 minutes.
What?
Norm's an asshole. I just think Norm's an eccentric personality.
There you go.
What do you call this right now?
And I also think that he's a 40-year-old man that's desperate to see naked girls. But I mean, that's normal if you're like commentating.
I have a girlfriend and a wife, man. About you with Clubhouse. What else do you want?
Yeah, that's what it was. I'm asking you, is that like the normal conversation you guys have?
Wait, is it not accurate to say there's so much Jew hatred when there is so much Jew hate?
Anybody saying that anybody says, I never said anything about hate.
No, me neither.
No, you just implied it.
How did I apply it? From what?
I mean, that is what you said,
I
Eric.
didn't apply anything else.
I said it.
No. Eric was also saying it earlier.
No, I did not. No, nobody heard me saying anything about Jews crying. I never said anything Jews crying. You said that. Or I got that.
Let's go back to Beamer talking about how she played with fire and got burned. Now she's weeping.
What do you mean?
Do you need a tissue, by the way, Beamer?
Hold on. What
do you need a tissue?
What do you mean that I played with fire? What are you talking about?
I heard you weeping when I came in the room. Oh, it's so toxic. Everybody doesn't mad at me. It doesn't like me. Oh, it's so upsetting.
No,
Need a tissue or anything?
That's not what I was saying. So Hagat.
No, she did classify you as a chomo at first, then she wanted
Oh, not a chomo. You've been in prison much, Beamer? Is that what you heard?
Yeah. No. But I stand corrected. I stand corrected. Right. And I got that. But you know what? Listen, you know that you're fully El Normo. El Normo. I get it.
Those pictures were promised to you 3,000 years ago.
Exactly right. Why do you guys have?
It's too old school. It's too much work.
I hear you. You know what? Ways there's good ways. Nice person that likes you, dinner,
little convo, little Netflix, you know what I'm saying? What's the big deal? So just sending pictures around on.
Do you still offer to take women out on a first date to coffee?
I don't offer. You gotta go with what the vibe is. Sometimes I might meet somebody in synagogue. You know, or on a plane.
Do they know about your wife and your girlfriend?
Not immediately, maybe over time.
I like that. I'm taking notes. I like the way you.
Nah, y'all don't tell me, man.
No. Dima, you were saying my name. You were going to ask me something.
No, I was just gonna say that you had asked me, like, you had said, why am I worried, like, why am I saying this now when the app has always been that way? And I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm realizing now more than ever that chillism has been a safe haven for people that, listen, we have a free speech space, we have a sacred place in here. I have felt safe in this room for 2 years. I step outside of this room and I see what everybody else is talking about. And this is more, I am more convinced of free speech absolutism because of how we're able to not have the drama in these other rooms. And this is the only room that can have a serious discussion, dispel falsehoods when needed, go as deep as we need to without threats, without tyranny or anything like that. I step outside of this room for 5 seconds. I've been in these other rooms for 2 weeks, okay? It is absolute insanity. People doxing each other, affecting people's real lives, people threatening to report people to 3-letter agencies. This shit that's not sane and that's not normal. And I'm frustrated, one, that I've been fooled to think that, you know, that any place outside of here has been taken. Honestly, Nathan and Knowledge, I have more respect for this room and for what Nathan and Knowledge has ever created here because it's unprecedented. And everybody wants to shit on chillism, but I'll tell you what, chillism is the fucking GOAT. It's the only place that you can actually feel fucking safe to have a discussion about. I don't even know, you know, people like El Normo, it's people like, and I'm sorry, like, you know, Roger, I'm upset because Roger was recently, Mojo was turning around his game. He had turned over a new leaf. He was doing things right the past couple days. You know, the past week, he decided to take a different leaf and somebody fucking died.
You fell for the troll. I'm sorry that, you know, he moved people's feet. I hate to bring it to that plate.
Beaver said, Beaver, you're saying that he wasn't doxxed, but tell me what happened because I had just, like I said, I had just gone into JB's room and.
Wait, that's what Zima shirts?
Yeah.
They made you the racist.
I have.
What Zima shirts? Yeah. They made you the racist.
I have no idea no, that's not true.
You did. You said,
oh my God.
Roger, I had somebody send me stuff saying that, showing me a picture that you're morbidly obese and then you have a neck beard or you have a fucking beard, you're a fucking loser, and that you sell fucking Pokemon cards for a living. That you don't like make any money.
This is what's interesting.
That was.
This is what's interesting. So Rich likes to.
Somebody sent me in the back channel an image of you.
That's not true.
You're fucking fat as fuck, Roger. And you sell Pokemon cards, and I was like, holy.
5% truth, and then adds a whole bunch of bullshit that's absolutely not true. So I did say that I knew what he looked like. This was just and to report me to the FBI and the CIA. And I said to him, hold on, wait a second. I was like, Roger, it's not cool. That's going too far. That's a boundary for me in this room. And I said, that's a boundary for me. Like, please don't do that. He doubled down and he went further, and then I lost my shit. But I never said anything about Pokemon
cards.
Yes,
you said he's morbidly obese. You said, I'm looking at a picture of you right now. You're like super fat.
Oh my
You're
God.
like fucking 300 pounds. And then you sell Pokemon cards, and you're a fucking loser. That's what you told him. He said he's a fucking loser, and then he sells Pokemon cards.
Well,
I never heard it before. I know. I agree.
I'll tell you what happened. Well, what I actually said was worse than that. I definitely did not say the Pokemon thing.
Yeah, you did.
Because I had no idea.
I had never heard the Pokemon shit. You say it.
That's
I was
crazy.
okay because
Hold
I
on.
was on John
Did you
Kidder.
know that it was streamed?
Yeah, I was
it was
on
streamed.
John
So,
Kidder.
wait, hold on. Do you want to make a bet, a monetary bet that I never said anything about?
I don't make bets. Everybody that knows me knows that I don't gamble. Physicists all went to the convention and it got moved to Vegas. And then they wrote a fucking front page article saying physicists go home, don't ever grow.
Hold on. I just told you.
Roger,
I just told you that I didn't say anything about Pokemon. Roger, Rich, can you stop? For you to continue to say that I did.
You said that I lied when I told people that you were talking about putting ink in on a slave plantation. And then you said, I never said that, Rich. You're taking it out of context. And then you explained yourself and said, oh, it's because he donated money in my name to an organization. That's why I said it. And I'm like, so you're saying that I was fucking right, but you're just saying, oh, there's more context to it. You fucking idiot.
Okay, so you're just saying now that you're doubling down that I said something
You
that I
said
didn't say
he's
about the
fat in his
Hold on.
and then you were looking at his
Rich,
picture, and then he sells Pokemon cards.
Bima, you actually said it. So again, at the end of the day, that was one of my... Bima, you actually said it. So again, at the end of the day, that was one of my sources of contention, which, by the way, Bima, I'm
harassed me. He was going around harassing me, and he's laughing. In other rooms, in other rooms, when we're talking about nothing, we could be talking about finance. Listen, just don't listen to him. What he's saying isn't true because it's not. You don't give the full context. It's not something that you could just explain to somebody, right? Nobody has the full context. Everybody that fucking talks about it, Rich, you and Adams, I'm not upset with you because you just hear what everybody else talks about. Think about fucking Pokemon. What I actually said was worse. Okay, and why would I admit that? And yes, so there you go. Go listen to the recording, John Kidder.
Yeah, you know, Bima. I mean, Eric is his own person. He's also legally trained in this field. I mean, just from the standpoint of, being an outsider looking in. Bima,
why would you tell me to stop talking about it, but you're the one who brought it up? The Incan situation, we were just in JB's room, and you brought it up. So explain to me that
Rich is the one that brought up Incan.
No, in JB's room, you brought it up. The only people that spoke to me when I was just in JB's room was
not the person that brought up Incan on this stage.
Not on this stage, Adams. JB stage. Just JB. You were just modded in with JB. I'd gone to and you're the one. JB said he accused me of being a bunch of bullshit, anti-Semite, Jew hater, all this other shit. You jumped in.
I mean, that's the least of your problems.
Hold on.
Anybody thinking about you?
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about you telling me to stop talking about an issue, but you bringing it up.
Like I was saying, that's the least of your problems. You don't think that... No. Hold on. I'm just on the gas. You don't think that you created a certain stage?
Hold on. What stage, when, and what are we talking about?
Tonight.
So, what did I say when I came on stage, Adams?
I mean, you were reading media articles as opposed to actually looking at factual information when you were talking about other people on the stage.
Are we talking about intellism tonight or in JB's room?
You gave such an egregious of poor character. You know what I mean? Which is the furthest from the truth.
And so, that's, Adams, you're the one who just...
Bima. I'm going to take you back. You don't think that your mouth is a little bit messy? Back yourself up into a corner, right? You got caught. Stop it, Bima. Stop it.
Okay,
stop it. Bima, stop it. Bima,
bully.
Bima, I'm telling you right now, stop it.
It's a talk and a response.
It's a talk and a sick rooster that cannot crow. Okay, sequence in the right type of time of when a rooster is fucking supposed to crow. Is your rooster crowing on time, Bima? Is your rooster crowing on time, Bima?
He crows every morning.
No, just again, and you say on this app that
if you had a chicken and if you lived the life of
your rooster is not crowing on time, Bima. Stop gossiping and mind your fucking business.
So So as I was saying, I walked into JB's room. Adams was modded up with JB. I'm still in the audience. I haven't said anything. I've said absolutely nothing. I'm not even on stage. Oh, I'm disappointed in your recent stances, blah, 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 anti-Semite, it's terrorist sympathizer, anti-Jew, all this other bullshit, doxer supporter, all this other stuff. I come up on stage and you told this, saying what I said about getting, how the fuck did that have anything to do with anything? Okay, whatever. And then I said,
we ran and flapped your gums. Defamation after defamation. Flopping your gums in the process, Bima. Stop it.
Came in the room and people
what you're doing is bullying. What you are doing is bullying.
When you
sharing
do this,
people's
this
links
is
and
when you can't talk, I let you talk and I'm listening.
Receipts
right?
And all this other bullshit. What you're doing is bullying. What you are doing is bullying.
So when people want to noise pollute and
you don't belong on the internet. You otherwise don't have a purpose.
You're a bully. You're
dangerous.
You're bullying.
You're dangerous. I don't know how many pills you're taking today.
Projection because people have recently accused you of projection because people have recently accused you of drug addiction and alcoholism. Bully, and you ask questions. But go ahead, continue to bully like you. It's not a coincidence that you had so many wonderful things to say about another known bully, one of the other biggest bullies on the app. He's on the app. He's the nicest guy. He's the nicest guy. Someone who there's a long line abused verbally by this man, but he's the nicest man. It's not verbally by this man, but he's the nicest man. It's not a coincidence. Bully people. It's fucking weird. Chillism has been a fucking safe haven and has shielded me from the insanity of the rest of this app. I will not be going outside of fucking Chillism, and it's so crazy. It's so crazy that so many people want to shit on Chillism, talking about all the horrible things that they talk about. Truth-seeking journeys into absolutely fucking anything and not have to worry about one getting bullied, okay? Okay? We have amazing Chillism is the fucking GOAT. Chillism is number fucking one. What are you talking about? How did I dox one? What are you talking about? How did I dox? I've never doxed anybody. I've never doxed anybody. Oh, see, Adams. I didn't post any article. So this is any article. So this is
now we're gonna add a liar to the roster.
Hold on. Can someone please attest?
Option right now. Okay? One option right now. Okay? One option right now. Okay? To tell the truth. Okay? Because there's many people, whether you believe it or not, that send shit across my desk. Stop it. Stop it, Bima.
Adams.
You were just in here, Bima.
I have not posted
links.
I have not posted
links.
I posted zero links. Zero links. I posted zero links.
This is
I posted
crazy.
Nothing in the chat. Rich was who posted
Bima.
Rich posted is anybody awake? Can anybody just dispel this idiot and shut this guy up? Can someone please say speak up? Anybody? Anybody awake? Rich posted is anybody awake? Can anybody just dispel this idiot and shut this guy up? Can someone please say speak up? Anybody? Anybody awake?
Why you stay here begging everybody here and know what happened? Like, what's good with you?
Because Adams is friends with JB, and he's going to go back and tell a dangerous man that I'm posting articles about him, and that's not true.
Is there a link that
so Rich is posting it. So let me ask you a question, Rich.
You feel me?
What starting point of information? Wait, hold on. What starting... No. So, Shy, I'm getting to an overall point. So what starting point of Shy, what starting point of information did Rich find those certain things?
Adam, first of all,
apologize to Beamer. Excuse me, she never posted no link. So can you correct that? Adams, hello. It was Rich that posted the link. It was Rich, and the links are still up.
Got it.
Thank you.
Got it. So from the standpoint of where Bima had a standpoint of information to be able to speak so authoritatively, on this issue, and then Rich having a starting point to be able to post those said links, where did that information come from?
Now you
remember how the topic even got brought up. It got brought up, and that's what happened. How the hell are we supposed to know? I don't give a fuck. I came in the room. They were talking about that shit. Rich is the one who posted it. And you know what I said? I said, leave the guy alone. Don't fucking dox people. Everybody knows that we're against doxing in this room. It's that we don't fucking do. We're not fucking weak-ass bullshit, fucked up tyrants like the rest of you stupid fucks that have to run outside in real life and bring a fucking app into real life. You guys are Yes, the fuck I did, bitch. You weren't in here. You weren't the fuck in here. Okay, so keep running your dumb ass down because you were wrong to begin with.
Right.
Accusing me of bullshit.
Know what happened, right? So when niggas start saying shit like, "Oh, I got this information came across my desk, and you better watch what you're saying," when they don't know what they fishing for shit, right? They want to know what is being said and what's going on, and y'all can't be falling for the bait. I've seen y'all speak on matters, and I know y'all smarter than this. I'm not saying any, you feel me? But like, the nigga is tripping. He don't know shit. And we don't fucking dox in this room. If you information, you gotta come in good faith. You feel what I'm saying? Come Jay. Don't be talking to people like they're crazy, threatening people with fake information, and then talk about something. You don't even know what the fuck you talking about. You wrong. You feel what I'm saying? Respond to this nigga.
He wants to bring back some fucking information to start some more fucking drama, not work. We don't fucking dox people in this room. We fucking have a conversation like adults. If we don't like it, we leave fucking quietly.
Let me just clarify too. I agree with what's going on.
Word.
And I did ask if what Rich did posted the link would be qualified as doxing. So it wouldn't be qualified as doxing.
I mean, personally, that's why I ain't testing like you feel what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what you got talking about. I don't care to know. You feel me? Y'all hash out y'all shit, whatever, and we move on to the next topic. I would stay oblivious to this. You feel what I'm saying? This will be the most I know about it. And trust and believe it ain't gonna cross thought. I'm not gonna put another thought into it. That's it. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I'm thinking of like, is that retrograde shit true or not? You know what I'm saying? And I'm thinking about like, what's the opposite of a pygmy? You feel what I'm saying? Like, that's literally what I'm thinking about while I'm smoking.
Yeah, the legal perspective is different from the chosen perspective, apparently. So it's up to the chosen minds to determine whether or not it's doxing. Haga, before he came in, Rich posted an article. And the article had some information about someone that is on the app, some damning information. And yeah, that's what happened.
Right, and a mod that was on duty that's yet to be named. Then, when it comes to him, he doesn't consider it doxing. Or she. my profile. Matter of fact,
How convenient of Rich to be on mute this entire time. Beamer and Adams, I think you guys should just leave it for inside. I don't think you guys should be.
And Beamer, your white ass owe Nathan an apology.
Probably what about? I said it's the worst club. I haven't said it's the worst club. No. I've defended the club.
I've been here right here this whole motherfucking time. And it's just like last time, when your ass used to come in here early in the morning and late at night, complaining and crying about other shit and shit like that. But then you don't want to give credit to certain shit and shit like that. I heard you just glazing the fuck out of this club.
That's crazy. I'm tired of the line. That's so.
No. Focus.
No.
Let that go. We move it.
Adam, sorry. I recorded what you said, Adams. I recorded it because I have to protect myself against people like you.
Beamer,
So
that's against the rules. Don't do that. We don't record it here. Wait, what you doing?
You have to. You have to.
No, you don't.
You have to protect yourself against
Kitover in the goddamn audience, and y'all know he records everything.
I would never dox anybody, Kendall. I would never dox anybody.
I'm not a mod.
I don't think Beamer and Adam should
I was trying to talk about something.
I did not talk about personal things. She did not.
No, we ain't even on.
I promise you that. If she did, I would have been honest. I swear to God. But she did not post the link, Adams. So whoever came to you with whatever information, they're both face lying. I promise you that. They're both face lying. So I don't know if whoever came to you, that source is unreliable as fuck.
But Beamer's still fanning the flames. She's still fanning the flames, though.
She didn't come in here talking about JP, though.
Do y'all want to keep talking about this shit all night? Because it seems like y'all. You know what? I'm going to go on mute because I was trying to move the ball. Y'all got it.
No, it's not. It's not about the link. Of course it's about the links, Adams. It's about links and lying and I'm glad that you were told the truth. Okay? Period. That's it.
So what's going on? Someone catch me up.
Nah, you don't want to get caught up on this. It's some bullshit, bro. It really is some bullshit that really shouldn't have even been talked about. Cause it's some shit.
See, this is what I'm saying.
It's
like,
only
I want everybody to take note of
topics that y'all drag this fucking shit from these other rooms into this room. All gripes, complaints. I just like to say, y'all only come in here at night to do this shit, right? Because y'all know y'all can get away with it with certain people around.
I just like to say the coke from Beamer is wild.
To the other clubs, all right?
Leave that shit over there.
Rich, you're messy, bro.
No, Rich did this.
What did Rich do? Rich, what's up?
Yeah, what did I do?
No. What I do? Brought mess from some other place about some other motherfucker that we ain't even know. And then I'll be a healthy debate, so I don't know what you're talking about. See, look at that.
Oh, you talking about the Predator?
Oh, yeah, all right, cool. You be in there. You want to know? Yeah, it's somebody that ain't at it. Ain't nobody in here really got no business with that shit.
So, Beamer and Adams are arguing about
whether they can all slave like that.
She wants to put ink into sleep.
On a slave plantation.
That's not confusion and chaos.
You're on thin ice, bro. Come on.
He's laughing. He thinks it's a game.
He don't
What happened was.
Tell us, Beamer.
technically doxed.
No, I didn't. Oh, Bima, stop it. You know what you said. You also have people thinking things about Elmer.
No, Bima, I didn't say you doxed somebody. I'm saying Rich practically doxed somebody.
Rich doxed someone? Who?
No.
What?
Maybe.
No, Eric agrees.
Wait.
Eric agrees.
Wait, isn't his information in the New York Times?
New York Post, yes. Red Rum, if I posted an article about Donald Trump from the New York Post, would that
Would it be considered doxing now?
Shy did not dox it.
Well, Shy already knows where I stood from that voting thing. So that's no.
And Adams, it's hilarious that you say all of this stuff. You weren't even in here. You weren't in here. Then you come in. See, there's Reg, the chaos creator.
John Kitover is live streaming.
Adams. rest of the time?
That's the only time we really go out for work.
And does your work involve spending a lot of time on a gadget?
No, I'm usually listening on it. Or just have it, like, I'm not listening at all, and I just have it on there.
Edmund, please know we're recording this room. I'm not having it because we're talking about personal stuff here.
Oh, it's this guy. Well, hey, dude. Either way, John, I'm your only content. Thank you. Hey, guys, subscribe to Lord Nass 1107.
No, we are having a conversation about Lord Nass because he never leaves the house. He never, he doesn't have any friends, like real ones. And he spends most of his time.
Just do what?
This is information I saw. This is the narrative that I saw. This looks like this is what their plan is going to be. Let's make sure that we get ahead of this with this prediction and say this is what we think that they're going to do. And it gives us validation when we're right. And I've hit so many predictions in a row now that the front lines. You can't just say, oh, well, this platform does it and this platform does it. And everyone's trying to get the word out this way. Well, they have an audience. And once they've established that audience, they don't normally get out of it. But the best part about this experience was waking people up. I just got a message the other day from someone who was a really old friend of mine that I lost because of this. And he messaged me and he says, you know what, you were right. I'm finally starting to understand what's going on here. I'm watching some of these clips that you've been posting. I'm watching some of the people and listening to some of the people that you were talking about earlier about this. And now I completely and totally understand. And I agree with you. I don't think there's a political solution. And then we begin having real conversations on how they want to get involved with this. And then I set them up with a group. They have all this control in the world. I want you to understand that the notion that an entity has control over the world is an illusion. As long as you believe that that's true, then it's true. But in every single case where there is like an asymmetrical and a decentralized revolution, the entities that are trying to resist the revolution have always failed. Because the people have all the power, because we have all the numbers.
Hang on.
No, don't interrupt, Jojo. I think he's drunk. Like, this is crazy. No, sorry,
we have all laws. They're at a point, they're at a critical failure, and their entire network is collapsing underneath their feet. So I think we're going to see a change of power, and what we're really going to see, what I predict in the future, is because we're so sick of the Uniparty, we're so sick of the Jewish supremacy in AIPAC and how the American Jewish lobby has completely gutted the will of the American people. We're going to see the rise of a radical leader, like history rhymes kind of radical leader, and it's going to be music to the people's ears because that person's going to say the right thing, they're going to be doing the right thing, and it's going to be like, that's exactly what we need, that's what we had needed, and they know it's not going to be bullshit this time, and it's not going to come from the Uniparty. So I see the silver lining. I see like the white pill coming because they put themselves in a situation where the only thing they can do is concede. And if I was a Jewish person, I would get the hell out of this country.
Yankee, if I may ask, do you foresee that moving forward, the American political structure, there's going to be multiple parties? Like, everybody loves America because, we have only two parties. We have, the left and the right. We have the so-called Democrat and the Republican parties, as opposed to the rest of the world where there is like 5-6 parties moving forward. Do you foresee that this is going to collapse as far as, the binary political structure which they're trying to institute for the masses and for the, moving forward? It's going to change because this binary, left versus right, red versus blue dichotomy is just a very low IQ, manipulation of the public by the elites. And, this is 2025. We've moved past on that. Do you foresee that we're going to move past on that and most of the public are going to demand a new political structure, or at least a new demand as far as,
Let me just put it this way, there's people so stupid, they're dumber than you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it has to change. I think that necessity will be the creation of what we're talking about right there. The uniparty is something that can't continue in its current form. It's done nothing but lie to us. It's done nothing but empower the military-industrial complex and allow, big pharma and big agriculture and to run rampant with our health and medication. There's so many people awake to so many different issues that all lead back to the Jewish question and the Jewish solution, that I don't think that anyone's going to listen to a Republican or a Democrat. And let me give you some statistics to kind of back that up too. During this election cycle, there was only like 27 to 25% respectively of the population, each party, so 27% Republican, 25% Democrat, out of the nation's population that registered under those parties. Am I making sense? So,
no, you're making 100%. The more the left and the right agree on a affirmative or a equilibrium as far as political structure is concerned, the more the individuals, the oligarchs, are losing.
However we're going to form political entities, however we're going to form an economic structure to fix what we're going to do, what's most important is that answer is going to be an American one. And it's not going to be one that's, occupied by the, these Jewish Zionists. It's Jewish Zionists. I don't see how white people are. Anyone that is saying that they're pro-Israel or
I'm pro-Israel.
Getting money from AIPAC or anything like that, Congressman, I don't think they're going to have a chance of primary. Now, do we see a third coming up and changing the solution right now within the next 5 to 10 years? Maybe not, no, because they have passed a lot of election laws that prevent people from other parties really from running. Like, you can't be a president and run right now if you don't live in all 50 states. No, that's impossible. I have to have an address in New York, and I have to have an address in Colorado, and I have to have an address in North Nevada, or the state, because since they have control over their own individual ballots, can kick me off the ballot. Yep. So there's a lot of things that they've done to prevent the third party from having any type of control. So is there a political solution for voting our way out of this? Probably not.
Sounds like a Zionist conspiracy theory.
Yeah, definitely.
It's not a Zionist conspiracy theory. Don. What he just spoke is the truth as far as the American.
Oh, no, we know. That guy's fucking come here and tell us to vote Republican in the midterms. Right, John. Should we vote a Republican in the midterms, John?
Yeah, you should vote for candidate Congressman John Kitover in the 16th district and go to johnforcongress.com to make a campaign contribution right now to liberate America from moron, low IQ Jew haters like yourselves.
Oh my God. Really cool.
That's actually so fun.
Time to turn him into a bar soap.
I just want to know, is it your father, your brother, or somebody that you know, close friend that was coming?
Really cool.
It's actually so
They kicked me.
Time to turn him into a bar soap.
Oh, they're turning me into a bar of soap, Rabbi.
Brother, or somebody that you know, close friend that was caught fucking children on Was you a pedophile around there, or is it just thing you like to do for free time?
Speaking right now, he's a lampshade.
I'm a lampshade now.
It's
the lampshade.
You go ahead, Mark.
No, look. I was speechless, really. Keith.
Oh, don't you boys know you just need to vote Republican? That's the only fix the problem.
No, it's not about Jews. This is how Jews control the situation. They interject themselves in American history, in European history, and they try to make themselves be a spectacle, implying, in theater, like they jump out, like, oh, I'm the fucking spectacle. Look at me. We don't fuck at you. The world revolves more than around Jews. The world economy has nothing to do with Jews. But Jews want to place themselves in the aspect of world Jewry. They place their soldiers or their individuals like Zelensky's, all these fucking Jews, so that they can be instrumentally important. But you don't give a fuck about you Jews. World powers like America, China, Japan, we don't give a fuck about Israel, this tiny puny pimple. You know what? You're a fucking pimple.
They just said, was it 550, or they're picking out of 550 influencers to go, and they just sent a bunch, including that fucking nigger Brandon Tatum. Austin Tatum, who came back from, he just went to Israel, he comes back, and now they're talking about how much Jews are the best, and there's no genocide. I'm so embarrassed that he's watching videos of him. He does a good job because he's a former cop, like, breaking down cop videos, but they literally sent, like, there's a picture of 5 of those motherfuckers that went there, and all those people came back, and within hours, they were tweeting 100% sure.
You don't know Nick Fuentes?
No, I've been for the longest. I've been out of the loop, brother, for
like, God knows. All right. Well, a lot of people don't know Nick Fuentes. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of people that think they're right wing or whatever. Not saying you, but a lot of friends. I'm like, oh, you're watching, and they're like, I don't even know who Nick Fuentes is. One thing about Nick, right? One thing I gotta give it to the kid, right? What I really like is that he is very intelligent about when he does say something, the way he says it, and it can be. Fuentes really is just unbelievable, but it's just these little talents.
He's not that intelligent. He's from Chicago. He's a Polak.
Alright. Okay. Anyways, I just enjoy his when he talks, right? When he has debates, the comebacks, right? He has good comebacks, right? And then what is interesting, right? To Machi's point and to Victor real quick and calling a Trump, god damn it. Hang on a second. Okay, now shut the fuck up. What I hate seeing, right, is that everybody was on team fucking, you put yourself up as cool for me, I'm upstairs already. Everybody was on team Fuentes until Candace, until all these fuckers. I had to take you down, Truth, to get calm back up. He's gonna call himself and I get you back up. This is the only one I want to kick off here right now. Because I love you. But anyways, it's just unbelievable to see, dude. After Fuentes, right, all this whole time, and now, right, it's because anti-Semitism shit is rising. People are fucking waking up. The movement is growing like crazy, right? And it is because of also part of Nick Fuentes' team, the Kroibers, right? And then we have our team, and they have all Myrons, they have all these teams, right? But Nick Fuentes has his team. He has his voice, and they're scared of this because what did he do? Honestly, what did he do? He's waking up the generation, Gen Alpha. He's the Gen C's, right? And look where we're heading, right? And look at this message.
He just creates Jew hate videos all day long. That's not educational. He's a low IQ schmuck.
Yeah, all right, you can go.
Don't kick it, man. Don't kick it, man.
Okay, then handle it because I won't.
Who's the one that's talking? Apart from Wolf, who's the one I was saying that?
Anyways, I just want to mention something. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna Victor. Sorry, I hate doing that, but I'm gonna do it. Then I go to Rob. I want to hear what John Kitover from Illinois has to say. I just see it like this. Why are we wasting our time questioning Nick Fuentes when Nick Fuentes' entire time has been pointing? I mean, the direction he's pointing everybody and what he's saying first is a racist term now, and anti-Semitic. You know, we are dealing with people that are going and sentiment and media away from what they're doing in Palestine and what they're doing to these countries and what they have been doing. And so nobody talks about them anymore. And it's just not working, bro. And if we keep questioning Nick, we just feeding right into this fucking bullshit, you know what I'm saying? And so I think anybody that is a net benefit and spreads the message, especially the way Nick does it, why do I need to waste my time and figure out that if he's a Fed or not? We achieved something that a year and a half, 2 years ago was impossible to think about.
This is
and
an
now people are
express.
finally
This is Jewish
realizing that
question
there's
right
way
here.
more to question and that there's way more to the truth than we ever knew before. And you know what, man? If it takes a kid like him, to be out there and speak the stuff he's speaking and it's truth and it has receipts, I don't really care. Right?
He's a Polak from Cicero.
Benefit, so. John, call and handle him.
Alright, what's your problem with him, John? Why you just think he's a Jew
He just
hater?
creates Jew hate videos. I've recorded dozens, hundreds of his stupid Jew hate videos. It's low IQ. It's low brow. It's for white trash. It's for low IQ people that don't read books. Don't go to the gym.
Alright, guys, chill for a second. Let me deal with it, alright? Okay.
Yes, I can't.
I got it, alright? You know, it's late at night and everything.
It's too late for this old
I'm
man,
just
right?
telling you, he's a Polak out of Cicero. He drinks Malort.
Yeah, okay, listen, John, at the end of the day, right, you can say that it's Jew hatred or whatever, but he doesn't say anything about Jews that isn't true. So, whether or not it's hateful or not, I guess then I don't know what to tell you. It's not Jew hatred.
I'm just telling you, he's a low IQ Malort drinking Polak out of Cicero. He's nothing special.
Look, boy, it's Jew hatred. I'm going to convince about it being Jew hatred, even though it's all true.
Well, he's a Catholic. They're all pedophiles. They fuck young children. They got billions. I'm just saying.
Schizophrenic nut job.
He must be a Jew because that's how Jews
100%, bro. He's a sign. It's okay to be burned, but don't touch the Israel flag, right, Megatron? Well, don't be mad at fucking America first being now anti-Semitic or racist, right? Nobody cares. Those are not facts. It's not obvious truth that there's Jewish supremacy running this country. But you know what, bro?
No, that's Jew hatred. That's Jew hatred. Well, if you're hating on Jews,
I'm such a hater. Oh my goodness. I mean, who are they? A foreign country telling us to fucking Kitover. The last name sounds Polish almost. Right, so yeah, that's the Nazi
origin check real quick.
No.
He wants to steal, alright? So just saying. That's all I'm saying. Anyways, whoever wants to go in.
Yeah, one Jew name that he also on 100%.
Let's go with base. Let's go with base, yeah.
So what I wanted to say was, Nick Fuentes' message, and he has a good message that he's spreading. He's spreading awareness. But if you look closely at how he jokes about things, and he's still close to them. So if you look closely, I mean, there's a lot of evidence
What was the name of
to
that
suggest
black
that
guy on
Nick
Clubhouse?
Fuentes is a closet homosexual. He may even co-sign on
Probably true.
pedophilia. And he definitely co-signs on Catboys. And he's
Yes,
joked about it
problematic
enough that now
motherfucker.
this is a theme.
Fucking age of
Give
consent,
Give me some
dude.
names. Give me some fucking names.
But don't you think that's
Well, Ali Alexander. Ali Alexander. Kanye West. They're all pedophiles.
I had a few more things to add reference.
No. Give some names, Daniel.
Let me finish my little spiel. I got a few other things to reference.
Of course, it's a Jew spiel.
It's he's a leader.
Just let him talk, fuck.
He
he kind of he rallied troops at the front, so he didn't engage in anything that he.
We don't claim him to be a leader, brother.
He's just a Jew hate.
Permanently, okay? Control yourself, John. You do sound like you are a definite. I don't know, actually, you're just gonna. You are a definite. I don't know, actually, you're just gonna go right now. You're definitely a Jew. I don't even know what we're doing here. You're a real Zio, a Jew. And I don't really want to hear you kvetching anymore, to be honest with you. I don't want to hear about how he's always a Polak from Sicily. Yeah.
And I'll say something. As a 24-year-old, I feel like as a 40-year-old, 50-year-old, I don't know how old you are, John guy. I think he left.
He's gone.
Yeah, whatever. It's just such a shallow argument and such an immature argument to. He's mean towards the Jews. It sounds like your typical boomer grandma that just watches Fox all day. And
that guy was a Jew.
Not only that. Those are literally and let's okay, hypothetical, right, Colin? Let's just say he wasn't even that. Let's just say he has nothing to do with Ashkenazis or nothing, right? He's just an American mega guy. That is still the mega guy that is still out there, that is still asleep. I'm telling you, that's serious.
Yeah, and he was here to totally stir the pot. If you call it, if you don't mind, Base, can you like tag those things in the whatever the hell they call it, the purple pill, the comment section?
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
If you could tag those things. Yeah, I got you. I want to say just one more thing, please.
People on X are waking up.
The thing I was saying, I always try to put things on a grading scale. If we can all agree on passing grade, if you will, whatever percentage.
I think the Jews are one of the biggest thinkers in the world.
That's a good start, right? So like I said, I don't know who the hell this guy is. I've just heard a lot of people talking about him. Even Machi, if you wouldn't mind doing me a solid and just kind of like tag me and some things that you've been following on him. I was like, I start checking it out because, like I said, over these next 2 days, I'll definitely be looking at it. But yeah, I think that'll help. Even Josie was saying, if you can name some names, just put it in that little comment section thing so we can all look through it and come to our own conclusion on that. Yeah, no, I'll definitely do that. But I just wanted to say, after rallying people to go into what was it, the Capitol building or whatever, he then criticized them in later videos, calling these people idiots. So how are you going to rally people? And then they follow your lead, and you're going to criticize them and call them idiots and things of that nature.
It sounds like we're talking to CNN right now, man. You're misrepresenting. You're not coming with facts. You have to come with evidence if you're going to do that. You're basically speaking for him, and he's never said that before. And I'm sure Hitler can attest to that because
he has said it though. That's the thing.
All right, then send it to so we can put it up in the thing. I think this is the other extreme of the other guy, where you're kind of like, instead of being the guy that gets offended at him being racist towards Jews, you're kind of like a spur, kind of like Dustin, where you one thing that he did in the past when he was
okay. First up, I didn't spurg out at all.
I'm not. It's not personal. I'm just saying. I want the better for our country, and if you're on my side, then I have nothing against you. I'm just saying, as constructively as possible. I mean this. I think it's better to look at, like Victor was saying, grading things on a. So, to me, it's like that's not going to be enough to to paint him in a bad light. And he was 21 years old when he was at the January 6th. That whole looking at somebody's past and constantly condemning them, especially when they listen on the Holy Spirit. I don't claim to be a scholar in Catholicism. Neither does he. So it's like, what's the point of? Neither does he. So it's like, what's the point of nitpicking these little disagreements? But yeah, a guy like John, you don't take that serious. That's just shallow. It's disingenuous and intellectually dishonest.
Cool, man. Hey, Wolf, do you mind if I just fucking say one thing?
No, please. You've been waiting forever. Go.
All right. So, hey, listen. JQ Radio, beautiful people. Fucking the blessed place on earth. This place thrives when Wolf and Colin are co-hosts, and we should revel and appreciate the actual moment that we have where these two boys are at the helm. So I just wanted to extend a appreciation for the hard work that you boys have put in to maintain a community
the absolute most truth speakers on earth. All right, and get the fuck off Zero. Don't listen to all the fucking bullshit. Just don't dive in.
By Solana.
Don't fucking go hard right now. There's potential fucking give up to it, right? So just stack sats and chill. But hey, if there was one recommendation that I would give you right now, Wolf, it would be to drop that alpha motherfucker. He's about to speak some shit. I don't know what it is, but he's just a fuckwit. Anyway, all right, love you all. Take care.
Damn, Funky. You guys are both Aussies. Come on now.
Oh, with a recommendation like that, can I just say I love the way Colin's looking at
All right, it's Kurt, and he's a fucking.
I love
the way it's a 50-year-old.
It is Kurt, right?
Fucking.
I like the way Colin is looking to the left of the co-host, looking at Wolf.
Anyway, take care, Wolf. Take care, Colin. Love you,
Funky. Love you,
much love, Funky.
Remember, get off Zero, buy XRP. We got it.
Yeah, make sure you don't have 0 XRP, otherwise it's a mistake. All right, and always zoom in on the chart. All right,
it's not financial advice.
I've got a great point, Wolf, for you and everyone.
What? Listen, if I hit, oh God, it's 2:30 in the morning. She's cringing on my telephone again.
Say something that's intelligible. That let's debate, bro. Come on, give me something. Come on, John. Say something.
Come on, John. Tell me that you not have at least 70% Ashkenazi Jew in you. Come on.
Yeah, are you Jewish? What's up? Where does the name Kitover come from? You Jewish?
I'm just saying, if at 4 a.m. gonna say.
What do you mean at Jewish Question Radio? Where does it say that?
Yeah,
does it say that?
It says clearly JQI is just questions radio. It says clearly JQI is just questions radio, my friend.
I'm just saying, try reading the book instead of drinking a lot like that Polar.
The wife doesn't want to deal with it.
I knew it was a mistake when I decided to do it, but I don't know, whatever. It is what it is, all right?
So what did he? What's the point just now?
Nothing. He's just retarded. He's just retarded.
Okay. All right. I'll let
That's the problem with most politicians nowadays, and I know for the Gen Z guys in this space, probably millennials as well.
He's back.
It's like, dude, the message does not resonate with us. What you're saying, that's so shallow thinking, and it's the reason why we're at this point right now because of people like that. That'll say, "Oh, he's racist."
Go. Just don't let me just mute him. Goodness.
I can see if a portfolio manager bench wasting all his time talking all this shit. There just wasn't enough time. Is Andrew black now? Oh my God, Andrew's black.
Okay, these are minimal, I'm sorry, these are something like what you actually owe. Some of the law, what you
the law has been sleeping.
You put out, guys, you actually
What is 7 hours, dude?
owed to have your eye taken out, like stallions, but they don't actually do that. Court stuff that we have is they actually, some guys
what Zionism truly was.
Hey, if you're watching this, could you maybe? Why am I so short? I'm so tired.
Sons of Virginia here. A major out there commanding the cannon. As James so is now, the cowards and shirkers will all go. Every man here knows his duty. They would make this charge even without an officer to lead them. They know that this day's work will be desperate and deadly.
understand all the debates and the hatred and all that stuff, but the fact that he also told me this one little bit of detail, the case, follow it, start following it blindly, and then start learning upon what it's teaching, because at least you know it's being truthful and it's teaching you something. And that's when I was going into the Quran, I looked at its historical narrative from a history geek. I started looking at, and it was a very weird kind of like detail that was added. And I was trying to go into hieroglyphs because I love reading into hieroglyphs and what it is, because again, Judaism, Christianity, Islam all talk about this pharaoh, right? And I'm not joking when I say this. If you put the Quran next to the hieroglyphs I was reading, I forget exactly which section it was as if the Quran and the hieroglyphs were having a conversation, where the pharaoh was saying, once I ascend up into the heavens as a god, I will be missed. And at this point, but truthfully speaking, I only became a Muslim around like 2020.
That was good, mashallah. That was good, mashallah. May Allah keep you on the religion and guide us, inshallah. Your religion is too good. How come?
That's because when I started learning from Palestinians, they started teaching me a little bit of Arabic here and there, so I picked it up from them.
Wow. Do you try to read?
In Arabic? First, no. Now I am. I struggle with them, but I've only read the Quran completely. Now I am. I struggle with them, but I've only read the Quran completely in Arabic. Like, I think I just finished my fourth time last month in Arabic, the way I know it. I still mix up a lot of things, I'll be honest. But it's better than what it was. Not even entertain me, not even for a minute.
Yeah. Some of the companions were also like that. They were on the wrong side, and they were also very aggressive toward Islam. Then they accepted Islam, and they became some of the best and most respected. Yeah, Khalid bin Walid.
No, his brother Walid. So if I remember correctly, please correct me on this history, but this was after, I think, the Battle of Badr or something. He was a prisoner, right? He was basically teaching kids or something like that. He was doing community service of some kind. And after that, he was released or traded or something. So he was inspired by that story, right? That, and this was a point I completely omitted, but I should probably say it, that to a lot of my friends who were atheists, and I used to have a girlfriend back in the day as well, and to her I even admitted, like, hey, I'm a Muslim now, I'm taking my shahada and everything, you guys can curse me out if you want, because we were all blasphemers, I'll be honest. When I made that same point, like Walid did, right, my best friend of 9 or 10 years, he went through Ramadan with me and became a Muslim at the end of Ramadan. I think it was like the day that Eid was happening. He became a Muslim then. My girlfriend at the time, she became a Muslim. She was, alhamdulillah, having her life the way she should. And a lot of my friends who were Christian and atheist friends that wanted to become Muslims, not my Jewish friends.
That's also very true, yeah. The Jews usually, it's really weird with them because they don't practice their religion, actually practice it. And they also sometimes say that it's not even a religion, just an ethnicity. And they're always super not open to discuss or debate or try to convert or even do the dawah. They don't. So it's really fascinating. Yeah, I completely believe that. But would you, for example, your girlfriend, do you think she would have came to Islam if it wasn't for you, or she did because you faced her with it and then she was exposed to it?
So I don't ever want to say I am the catalyst for why someone became a Muslim. I feel like that is dishonest on how Allah kind of like guides a person, because again, I was a blasphemer, and it just happened to be that when figuring about Israel and Palestine, that I also found Islam. But I feel with her, because she was such an honest person, she would have figured it out eventually if I was never there in the picture. Because if I understand people specifically, if you are a honest person, you will naturally come to the position that, like, you know, hey, Islam's not lying about anything, so why would I walk away from it, right? But if you have any kind of like, if someone's lied to you or has been dishonest, many of my Christian friends, for example, I know for a fact they needed to talk to a Muslim, because their entire hang-up, I literally had to open up a Quran in English in front of them and just point to the verse where it literally says that Jesus was like, where Jesus and his disciples, the disciples talked about being being Muslims, right? He said, like, this is clear.
Yeah, I hear that a lot. A lot of people think that we hate Jesus when it's just like surface information that they picked up from their local cafes and whatever. But
No,
I don't understand every.
I don't think it's that. Actually, when looking into Israel and Palestine, and I know I keep on referencing Israel and Palestine and this whole political thing, but my genuine thoughts on it is knowing what the Israelis have done and the Hamas and stuff like that or whatever, and I've noticed this from a lot of people who I used to call friends that were Zionists, right? They have this notion of just making shit up and passing it off to be true in the most authentic ways, and like it's eerily scary, and make up random shit about it, and now it's just slapping them back in the face in 2025.
MashaAllah. Alhamdulillah, I'm really happy to hear that you embraced Islam. Sorry, I just wanted to say salam alaikum to Giz, as you've not spoken to her yet and just said hello. So, no, it's fine, honestly, and we appreciate you and we welcome you. But yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate hearing you.
No problem.
Salam alaikum, Giz. How are you?
Yeah, 1 second.
Giz is from
I got stuck in this.
I thought he was going to say I'm stuck in traffic or something. I'm stuck in chess.
Did you say you got smacked in the face?
No.
You said stuck in chess.
Oh, checking. Okay. Don't worry, go over.
I have a question for you guys. Okay, no one has answered me this yet. And
No. They take the opinion that see, like this app can be haram, okay, but things you are doing, like reciting Quran and being on this app, and this app is taking you away from like prayer, missing prayer, so on and so forth. So in that way, they are saying like, so this app is now haram. This is what you are doing is haram. For instance, debating with people and being this app, missing salah. Of course it's haram. You don't need a scholar to tell you that, hey, when you are sitting on this app and it's taking away your time, of course it would be haram. But then also people take the opinion that give me a second.
So
where was I? Yeah. Sorry, Imad. They take the opinion. I take the opinion that this is makruh, and it's not like haram.
wait, what does that mean?
Like dislike.
Makruh, disliked, but it can be haram. If you miss your prayer, of course it's haram.
Yeah, so there is no text in the Quran and there is no text in Hadith about the Prophet about this. So the Prophet spoke about the nard, which is the dice. That's haram, right? Because he specifically said that it's haram. because there is gambling, and you know how it goes with dice. As for chess, there is only one athar on Sahabi Ali radiallahu anhu.
Yeah.
He was once walking, and he came across like a group gathering around the chess, right? And he asked them, ما هذه التماثيل الذين أنتم عليها عاكفون? What are these status? Like those that you guys are عاكفون? How do I say this? Like you're so like عاكف is someone who's spending all his time on it, right? So some
obsession.
Obsessed with, yes, obsessed with. So a small portion of the scholars say that it's haram because it will distract you from doing your salat and whatever. But I don't think that's good because that applies on anything, literally. If you do anything so much, you don't do anything else in your religion that is vital and necessary, that makes that act itself, not correct. Other than that, I think the only thing that you can say about chess is that it contains like these crosses, maybe like the status of like horses. Maybe you can say that's not good, but that's it. So at best, I think you should say it's makruh, dislike. I think it's also okay to say
dice.
Dice is about luck.
Dice
and gambling.
Dice is more about luck, and it can easy. Like for instance, let's say when you are playing dice, because I have seen a lot of people play dice. So when they play dice, they would say, "Oh, please give me a 6, give me a 4," and somehow you think that you made it happen. Like.
Yeah, but it's not for any money, and
it's mainly money.
It is for money. It is for money.
No. I said if you play for without. No. Some games you're using dice, it doesn't have.
Yeah, but the containing luck is still yeah, but still you are sitting with dice. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that can be applied everywhere. You hope like
No.
The price of stock goes up. You hope for whatever. It doesn't mean you have any powers.
So it was understood that the dice is associated with luck, gambling, all of these bad stuff that are necessarily haram, right? So because the Prophet said that it's haram explicitly by words, khalas, there is no exceptions. That thing becomes haram, period. Because the Prophet did not specify if it's for because it's gambling, or if you don't do it with gambling, then it's okay. No, he didn't say that. He just made a general statement that dice is haram. Yeah. Let me fetch it. I think it's sahih.
Why you sent me an angry face, is?
You threw me under the bus, bruh.
And people will say that chess is haram.
You were not.
People will say that chess is haram. They are saying it because they can't play.
Chess?
No.
Chess is haram?
Apparently,
if you look hard enough, everything can be haram. That's the problem with the...
It's not, it's just disliked, okay? Thank you. Let's summarize it. So right after
You name it, we can find a way to make it haram. Trust me.
No, the reason
they are noobs. That's why they are noobs.
No, the reason why I have to double check all the time is because, and I have this thing where like I am very worried about who I take Islamic advice from. But like, for example, in a mosque I was visiting here in Texas, there was a sick guy who was coughing, right? And I'm not joking when I say this, but it was like this really weirdo Muslim guy that went ahead and said that like, if you cough while you pray, the punishment is beheading. And I was like, what the hell? Where was that taking place? And then he swears on it. He calls upon God and swears on it. I'm not going to say the word. But he says that this is a ruling. And then this is like Tarawih, right? Like the night prayers that we're doing. So in the next, prayer, the next 2 rakats, So I'm just like, well, you coughed now, so we have to behead you. And he's like, no, this never applies to me. And ever since like people like that and a whole bunch of other scenarios, I get very wary of Muslims. Become my daily life.
It's much better. It's much better. No drafting is like a international checkers. You know, the one you jump back and across the board.
Brother.
What?
Checkers is.
Do you know which game I'm talking about, Falcon?
Yes. Checkers is for noobs. Checker is for noobs.
It's not American checkers.
Who can't play chess. No,
it's not American
checkers.
No. You don't know nothing, bro. You don't know the game I'm talking about.
I know what game you're talking about.
You do?
Yes, you zigzag.
You zigzag.
When you're gonna eat someone, you zigzag.
No, that's even in normal checkers, but this one, it's like you eat front, back, and then when you become a king.
Well, then you're playing the Arabic one. If you can take forward.
Wait,
it's much more fun, trust me, than chess and checkers, man.
Yes.
But man, you're right, Falcon. Chess is too stressful. I don't challenge you to a game.
What game?
And I will teach you. Chess.
Bro.
I'll send you the link right now. You're gonna see me with your big mouth.
You wanna play in Lichess? Lichess?
I'm gonna send you the game now.
Okay.
Okay, brother. Let's go.
Imad. So I'm trying to read this in Arabic, but I'm guessing the dice part has to be La Hibba bin Nar Dashir, right? Dashiri?
Yes. So, yes, from the Nawawi. So the hadith says, روى مسلم عن بريدة أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قال من لعب بالنردشير فكأنما سبغ يده في لحم الخنزير ودمه. So من لعب بالنردشير, the meaning of that the nard is not an Arabic word, and sheer is added from Arabic and it means good. Another hadith. That one's more.
Because my Palestinian friends, whenever they refer to like gambling, they say not this year or something.
Really?
Yeah.
We need to Google it. Google the meaning of this.
Actually,
and pleasant.
I'm gonna DM you the link, okay?
Yeah. So it says here, games of chance, like gambling.
It gives me that it is not. النردشير هو اسم لعبة النرد. The nardashir is the name of the game of dice. So it could mean both, but we have other hadith anyway.
Yeah.
That says nard explicitly.
Did you heard of the tournament?
What tournament? No.
Africa is going to teach me a lesson in chess.
Africa is a big no. Who doesn't know how to play chess?
Wallahi, you on the hit list too, man.
Okay, send the link, man. Send the link.
Wait, Africa plays chess? أعوذ بالله.
No, he's gonna teach me a lesson just because I bully him in checkers or something. I don't know.
I think mind games are beneficial, to be honest.
Hold on. Yo, John Kitover, he's like this Islamophobe that records a bunch of rooms and is trying to run for.
Wait before last week. And she had her baby over, and I was like, girl, I'm so glad I'm out of that stage. She was like, sometimes I wish I had my kid as a teenager. I think I was lucky that mine was it comfortable. And you know, she considers herself comfortable with having that conversation with us, or even like just letting people know. She freaking did not date like that. Like my dad was like, it's weird because there'll be some dudes they'll like her, and we know they like her, and she'll like be playing basketball with them and be like, that's my boy, that's my friend. So my mom asked her one time, are you? And she was like, no, leave me alone, Grandma, I'm trying to. But it forced her to study too. All she did was study. She would just come home from school, do her homework, and read and study. And she actually said, like, to avoid stuff when she was a little kid. And she knew that Grandma said she couldn't do nothing if she had to do her homework. So she would be like, I have homework, and just stay in her room and do her homework. So she wouldn't bother. Do homework or she'd read just so they, like, stuff, or like if she said when she was little certain boys would be like they like her, and she'd be like I don't want to play outside with him, so she'd pretend she had homework. Hey, who is this? Oh, you okay?
Yeah, hi, good morning. I'm sorry, I didn't know my mic was open. Oh, jeez, hope you guys are good. Trump was not like feeling unprepared going into war. They just played him like a toy. But then again, Trump like gonna go different. But and Putin is a lot more experienced at this than Trump. Putin has been at this for a long time. Trump doesn't have what it takes to go up against Putin. That's a really, really shitty whatever it was. What did they call it? That's like ex-Russian intelligence from back in the day. Not Russian, actually USSR. So Putin knows what he's doing. He actually knows what he's doing. So Trump should not be president. Trump used to be cool, don't get me wrong. You know Trump. I'm also selfish. I think that was Trump's life, really. That whole I think that's what Trump's life did. But
I don't really think it was cool back then. I think with us as Americans, or a lot of people, I'm not going to only say Americans. I don't know if you're American or not, but I think a lot of people, like, we have this we glamorize like certain characters, and we glamorize them as a character. Shit, we glamorize Scarface, but would you be Scarface's best friend in real life? Come on.
Yeah, but it's TV. Trump was a TV, but when I say it was cool. I mean, he used to have cameos in order. Remember the old Fresh Prince of Bel-Air? Because I hear there's a new one. I've not watched that, but the old Fresh Prince of Bel-Air show, I mean, Trump had the cameos. Trump was cool. It was cool. I saw when he cameoed in Fresh Prince, one episode where he said they blamed him for Trump was a cool dude. He was cool.
I don't think so. I know growing up in New York, we already, like, I think.
But he was the slumlord and all that. So he did against black people like this. He said prostitution. I get that.
So, like, what he did to the Polish people that built freaking Trump Towers, how he shitted on people that built Taj Mahal with his father. I mean, even the rich of New York, like we were talking about, they always. Yeah, but he had said he was a Democrat, but I think it was. He had said he was a Democrat, but I think it was to get into those elite circles. So, like, New York is really weird when it comes to their circles, right? Yeah. They have there in New York City, they have these freaking big galas for like cancer and all this shit. And they call themselves Democrats because they're doing.
Also, Trump. I lost my train of thought. Sorry. Trump. I remember you will not say Trump. First, not say Bill Gates to do what. Bill Gates is the new Donald Trump. Because people act like Donald Trump is just. He's not anyone. He's been at this for a long time. I don't think he should have been president. I don't think he should be president. But Trump has been a major name. Like his name has been ringing for a long time, so it's not some new person on the scene. You know.
Yeah, but let me see.
Well, the rumors that Trump is a Russian asset as well. Let's not forget that. Trump is a Russian asset. So it might be, all of this might be Putin's direct, maybe orders from Putin. Who knows? Even if it's not direct orders from Putin, it went Putin's way anyway. So Putin is playing with Trump anyway. But this might just be an order from Putin, because I know there are rumors, but there's rumors that Trump is a Putin asset. So it's a Russian asset rather. So who knows, Maybe that's how they were able to even interfere in the 2016 American elections. But,
So from my understanding, what came from this summit, right? So I'm reading this, the foundation for the settlement. He said, the extraordinary meeting at Anchorage, Air Force Base, has ended.
Anyone smart should know you should all let Trump and Putin prevail in Europe. Smart should know you should all let Trump and Putin prevail in Europe. Because once Trump sees Putin, everything goes out the window. Trump was Putin a platform.
Wait, so I want you to hear this real quick. So I want you to hear this real quick. It says, when Putin arrived on U.S. soil, Trump later told Fox News' Sean Hannity that Putin assured him he was cheated out of the 2020 election.
Yeah, you see, so even when Trump talked to the last time he was president, Trump went against his own intelligence agencies' advice, like FBI, the CIA, and all the other letter-name agents. So Trump is like, he worships Putin. I really believe that. I think he just looks at Putin and Putin is everything he wants to be. He would love to rule America, and I hope he's like Putin.
It's crazy. This whole is crazy.
Imagine a kid looking up to like someone you want to be, someone that's everything you want to be. That's what that's the feeling Trump gets whenever he's in a room with Putin. Why would you even put him there, Putin? Why would you even put him there, Putin? He's gonna forget who he is, man.
He gave Putin our intelligence during that Helsinki summit. He gave him the intelligence that we had on this, like the Russia hoax stuff. I guess it was to clean his shit up. I don't know what it was for, but he gave him the intelligence behind what was going on.
Why did he insist to meet Putin alone? He told everyone else to leave the room. Why did he insist on meeting Putin alone last time? The last thing when he was president, he chose to meet Putin alone, without anybody, but alone in the room with Putin. That's crazy. Yeah, well, Putin is better at this. Just even without this in Trump, Putin is better at this than Trump. He's been doing it for such a long time. There are a handful of people that are as good as Putin in the world when it comes to this shit. So I'm not even blaming, it's Trump's fault because he chose to do this, but no one else. I mean, I don't see, Obama wouldn't have said Obama would probably chill and listen. Probably not just run Islam, but Putin would still get a word over on top of Obama. So it's Trump's fault because he chose to. But when we're talking about experience-wise, like this diplomacy and this skill you need to to get shit out of people and how to smooth people and all that. Putin has been at this a lot longer than most people, so for that one I can't blame Trump because Trump was never gonna come on top. He was never gonna come out on top of Putin. But he put himself in that position. That's the only reason. Why would he's gonna get one over you by 100%? I'm smart enough to know to avoid certain situations, I'm a smart guy, it doesn't mean I want to be in every situation. Because I'm smart, there's certain situations I know won't favor me. I'm not gonna be in that, I'm gonna avoid such situations,
Oh, he desperately wants that peace, bro.
He gave Obama for just being the president, so why not? That's probably the worst noble award Obama. For what? Obama did more evil than anyone in that Trump in office. So why is he getting the Nobel Peace Prize?
He did more evil than Trump?
Sorry? Yes, he probably did.
Oh.
So, I shouldn't really, I'm not just pointing out one person. I don't mean just Obama per se. I mean that Trump per se, anybody, or most people. Obama did a lot more. I mean, he attacked a lot more. Obama was anti-African first. Then but I don't blame him per se, because I like explaining this way. The person in the office doesn't have the power. The office has the power. So people think you can just get in that office and do what you like, but that's not how it works. Until you get there, you think, oh, I'm going to be president. You can't do shit. Unless, the only person...
Trump is doing shit, so...
Yeah, exactly. I was just about to say, the only person that can go against that shit is Trump. And Trump is not your normal politician. There's never been any politician like Trump before Trump. Because that office has the power, not the person. Maybe Trump was slightly different because Trump had power already. He had the power before he got into the office. Because he was Donald Trump. He had the power already before he got into the office.
So I'm going to play this clip real quick. It's not that long. About, Trump siding with Putin, saying a peace deal instead of a ceasefire will end the war, which is trash.
And that's Moscow's line. You know that's Moscow's tagline.
Okay, let me play this real quick.
Push to end the war in Ukraine as the country's president heads to Washington Monday for a face-to-face conversation with President Trump. In a major reversal, the president returned to Washington today, dropping his ceasefire demand for the Ukraine war and telling allies that Russian President Vladimir Putin wants territory for a permanent peace deal. Russia invaded Ukraine nearly 4 years ago, seizing large areas of the country. 400,000 Ukrainians have been killed or wounded, along with nearly 1 million Russian soldiers. CBS's Toria Small is at the White House tonight and leads us off. Toria, good evening.
Good evening, Jerika. Tonight, the president is reversing course, saying he's no longer seeking an urgent ceasefire in Ukraine, but now agrees with Russian President Vladimir Putin that pursuing a peace deal is the best way to end the war. President Trump hit the green 1 day after rolling out the red carpet in Alaska for Russian President Vladimir Putin. The moment marked an end to years of isolation for Putin on the world. Following the nearly 2.5-hour-long closed-door talk with the Russian president, Trump touted progress.
There were many, many points.
Is Zelensky's.
Now it's really up to President Zelensky to get it done.
Sam Vinograd is a CBS News national security contributor.
And there are certainly concerns that heading into the Oval Office meeting between Trump and Zelensky on Monday, that Trump will try to bully President Zelensky into accepting the contours of the deal that he hammered out with President Putin.
CBS News has learned President Zelensky has been receiving a lot of coaching on how to interact with President Trump since their disastrous Oval Office meeting in February. Jerika.
Toria Small reporting from the White House. Thank you.
If you don't need anything, and you can spend it on people who actually need help.
220.
Wow. Putin played Trump like a puppet on the train. That's crazy.
Zelensky knew what was going to happen. European leaders.
Yeah, Zelensky knew. Everybody knew about Trump. And the funny thing with Trump is that this is why Trump cannot learn. He cannot learn from his mistakes. And when you can't learn from your mistakes, you're bound to repeat them. Because Trump is going to come out and lose. Obviously, I don't know if he knows what he does, but everyone is going to see that you lost and you're going to come out and say, there were a lot of good points, we made a lot of progress, yada, yada, yada. I really don't know if Trump doesn't understand, I really don't know if he is, or if he's doing it. If it was any other human being on earth, I'll say, surely you're just pretending. But I don't know with Trump because he's done it so much. I'm not sure if he understands, if he has a so-called normal comprehension of things. Because something that's obvious to even a 10-year-old who knows Trump will come out and say, this went well, and da. I don't understand the man. The man is weird.
No, he successfully changed the news cycle, at least for now. So from his still may be a win.
You can't change it. Everybody saw that you lost. You can't just say you won. I guess, actually, maybe I might be the wrong one here, because Trump understands Americans. Even like, this is why, when it comes, he's a TV personality, so he understands. I think he's a demagogue. He actually knows what he's doing. He understands people vote with their emotions in America, so we're generally most people everywhere. But Trump understands the American voters probably to a point that no one else does. Because he's a TV personality, and everybody, America, you guys love, everybody wants to be on TV. For a reason, I don't know. So Trump knows how to play this shit. Even whenever he had debates with Kamala, Biden, whatever, they try to chat some politicians, and he just starts insulting them. And that's more interesting TV. That's better TV than some boring politicians nobody else really. So Trump's always comes out on top, because I think he's comfortable in front of the camera. He's probably been in front of the camera all his life, so he's really, really good.
I think people do research anymore on who they're voting for. So I don't.
Well, I mean, he really was trying to distract from Epstein, though. So, I mean, if that's.
Isn't it ironic that this is the age of the information? You can just all the shit you need to know, you know. And yes,
right before you get to the booth, use your phone. Google is at your fingertips.
But remember how they say smart technology dumb people, right? Because the easier technology makes our life, the harder basic things that 10 years ago would have been like. Because think about it, they could just go on the internet and Google something and shows them the meaning. And now we're telling them there was a book that contained the meaning of all the words. There was like that's impossible. How big was that book? We have to explain to what that's impossible. How big was that book? We have to explain to what the dictionary was. The dictionary was like that. They're like, what?
You know, it's crazy. I don't think
we're like mocking them. You understand? I mean, it was hard for them to believe because they thought we were taking the piece out of them. So how can there be a book that contains all the words? I know.
So, we had to get it. I think my first was World Book, and then she went to Britannica.
Yeah, I raised my kids to believe in evidence. I don't believe in any shit anyone tells you if they have no evidence. So, evidence. So, man, I said, Dad, what is your evidence? I brought to show him a dictionary.
Matter of fact, I should order one and give it to her, and she'll be like, huh? I should order one. School stuff. My daughter goes back to school. I'm gonna be by myself. Oh.
What's your major?
It's engineering now. So originally, I was like gonna kill her because like she wanted to be a journalist. She still likes writing, but she's changed it to engineering. I don't even understand why she wanted journalism. I know she would write stuff every now and then, but she was like, she's always been perfect in math and science. Like she would have like, when she was in high school, she would like her average would be like, for math would be like 104. For science,
is there a specific type of engineering she wants to go into?
I'd have to ask her what exactly. So what happened was, my dad and my mom was talking to her about AI and GV chat. She's like, so then she was like, yeah, maybe I do need to change my major.
Yeah, that's the future, man. Anything in AI, I encourage her to go into anything in AI. That's the future. I call AI the final frontier, because I believe personally that from today, not today literally, but from now to like whenever, I don't believe in world end. I believe when you die, that's when your world ends. But every technology that comes out now, from now to maybe like the next 1,000 years, is gonna have to do something with AI. So AI is gonna help us colonize other planets, terraform environments to suit us. AI is going to help us build the space elevator from Earth to space. Dyson spheres, all these are theoretical models that have been around for a long time. But all these things, what was lacking together is AI. as possible. We're going to see cures for cancers, Alzheimer's, all those type of things. We're going to see there's going to be a lot. There's a lot of amazing things about to happen. That's why, you know, when people, if you look up cyberpunk, people are negative about one of them is like, you know, scared of AI taking over the world, yada, yada, yada. The other promotes like the benefits of AI, and, basically. So I'm excited. I'm the excited part because I know I've seen what AI can do, and I believe what AI will bring to us. I understand this. I mean, it's quite possible that AI will take over the world, and, you know, or whatever. But just the way I put it is that basically, just because your kids, you know that your kids will end up rebelling against you, is that a reason not to have kids? No, you're still gonna have kids, whether you know that it's inevitable. They're probably gonna rebel against you inevitably. That's not gonna stop you from having kids, right? Yeah. So AI is too important to shelf just because we're afraid that they might take. They will probably do, because eventually it's gonna get to a point where if you believe like Elon Musk and some other more people that are more credible people, well, then we're gonna get to a point where we're gonna have like where we start getting like the actual AI robot. I think there are lots of them already out there, but when it's gonna become like public, they have to find a way to mass produce them in a way that is cheap enough. So, you know, so for the elderly, AI is gonna take over every job eventually. So anyone who's thinking AI will take your job, AI is gonna take over every job eventually. But it's a matter of time.
I know it's engineering. I think it's
AI will definitely take over engineering. That's not gonna be too long. But every job, lawyer, doctors, everything, AI is gonna do it quicker and faster and more efficiently than any human can do it. So eventually, AI will take every job. But the point is, AI will take every job. That's for sure. But AI is gonna get to a point where stuff like that, they're gonna be doing everything. Our drivers, they're gonna control our whole life. You understand? Banking, you can have your AI is your carer for the elderly, does your banking for you, everything together. Your shopping, grocery shopping, everything. And they're gonna outnumber us probably 4-1, but walking around the world. And one of these AIs is gonna be smarter than 7 billion of us combined. So how long do you think they're gonna serve us for? If a single AI, now they outnumber us 4-1, and a single AI is smarter than the 7 billion people combined. That's a scary thought, but advancement beyond our imagination. We're gonna colonize galaxies that we never thought we would be able to travel to in a lifetime. AI is gonna help us do a lot of things. The potential for AI is amazing. Transhumanism, I'm sure you guys know. Transhumanism is like basically like cyborg is the easiest way to explain it. Basically, so man and machine in collaboration. So you replace some body parts. We're gonna have probably synthetic brains that operate much, you know, in a way that beyond what a human brain can do, you know, stuff like that. So they're gonna probably start by you can replace certain sections of the brain to make it work a bit more efficiently, much better than what we have then. Probably we'll get to the point where we can replace the whole brain with a synthetic brain that can do things that are beyond our imagination. You know, then even like skin, you know, synthetic skin, so you can have a skin, replace your skin, or have something on top of your skin that allow you to like live and work in harsh environments that normally your normal body wouldn't be able to operate in, you know, stuff like that. Might be able to walk in fire or really hot temperatures that our human bodies will not be able to, you know, stuff like that. So AI is fascinating. There's some really, really good videos like predictions or predictions, the type of things that AI will get us, you know. There are different ones stuff because depends on how we calculate. So the what do you call them? The so-called world leaders would also have it.
Hold on real quick. So she said she said it's her Bachelor of Science in Engineering and Artificial Intelligence. So I guess Ken's the only one that offers that right now.
You said Bachelor of Science in Intelligence and Artificial Engineering?
No, Bachelor of Science in Engineering and Artificial Intelligence.
Well, they offer that now in the universities.
schools to do that.
Yeah, that's gonna be a new course up there. Pretty new. But definitely encourage her to do that, man, because AI is the future. And for anyone that wants to do security, cyber security is the future. Because all this worrying about people shoplifting, all that is dead, man. That's all. Cyber security is the future, man. It's a lot of money, and they're paying a lot of people. They're paying to train you right now because in the UK, I don't know how to
It's the only school that's actually offering it right now. So I just did a Google search. You know how Google has the AI overview? There's a Bachelor of Science in Engineering and Artificial Intelligence is a new undergraduate program focused on training students in the principles of applications of AI. One of the first such programs in the Ivy League offered by UPenn. Program jointly administered by the Departments of Electrical and Systems Engineering and Computer Science Information.
Check out cybersecurity. They probably have something for cybersecurity as well, because man, that is one of the fastest growing industries.
Yeah, that's a real opportunity.
Yeah, I don't think there's ever been any more relevant, to your day than that, because that's amazing. She's gonna be at the forefront of things. She's gonna be highly competent when she finishes, even at BSc. Not even advanced, just at BSc, man.
I said, what's your minor? And she said, I don't have time for anything else.
She's gonna be walking into jobs that is like, even before she finishes her degree, she's gonna have so many offers, but she's gonna be inundated with my.
Probably getting on her nerves. She's like, why is she asking me that? She's probably trying to make me change my major again. Because me and my dad was like, you paying all that money for school, you're gonna be broke. She's gonna be broke. She's gonna be living at home. Because like when she first started, it was like, I want to be a journalist. And we was like, why? Like you're really good at math and science. And she was like, I don't want to do that. Like at first it was like, leave me alone.
Yeah, you gotta encourage them, because naturally society has socialized women into like not wanting to do certain things. Certain things are seen like male, There are lots of women in journalism though.
I think for her it's more of like she likes to do certain things. Like she's always liked writing little things. When she was a kid, she used to like pretend write songs because she grew up during the Taylor Swift. So she was like 3 years old, and my mom bought her a guitar. So when I came back from deployment one day, she made this stupid song. It's cute though, and she was trying to play her little guitar, and I was like, oh my god, she thinks she's Taylor Swift. And then like she really was a Taylor. She's a Swiftie. So she grew up during that Taylor Swift era. So for her, it's like she used to write these little songs, and I think she thought she was a writer. But
yeah, I mean, she started writing really young. I mean, why not? I mean, that's the help my career as a journalist, which is funny because in slight contrast, my niece in Houston, so my sister's daughter, Nadia, she went to the Boston, what's the music school there? Boston, Massachusetts. She went to that. So I can't remember, yeah, it's a really, really
it was in Boston or it was in the city?
Massachusetts, Boston, something like that. And there's a youth music school that's like one of the best in the world. She graduated from that university, and now she's a journalist. I'm like, oh, it's mad. Why have you gone to this amazing music school and only end up to be a journalist? Why? Well, it is what it is. I mean, they'll find their pattern, decide what they want to do. At some point when they're adult, you can't really tell them what to do, so you can guide them, but sometimes they have one.
It's funny how they want to do one thing and you just already know in your brain what they're really good at, and you're like, yeah, you're really good. Because even her advisor was telling her like look into certain fields, but her brain was like, no, this is what I want to do.
Yeah, so I knew what my daughter was supposed to do from a young age. So I guided her from that part from a very young age. So that was pretty easy. That was pretty easy because I guided her. I did not maybe there was pressure, but I did not. I think that I didn't put too much. I put the right amount of pressure. Now she just got into medical school. And it's not like she's she's doing something she doesn't want to. As far as I know, she's happy doing it, so I didn't pressure her into doing something that she doesn't care about, because she's passionate about it, so I know it's something she cares about. Though I guided her in that direction, but I know it's something that she cares about. Because when someone speaks, you can tell when they're passionate about it. So.
Well, we just found out 2 years ago that she changed her major because and I was like, what made you change your major? She was like, man, I was thinking about it. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, she's got even doctors are gonna be out of work one day. AI is gonna take to everything for us eventually. You'll get to the point where there'll be no job for people. Then we're gonna have, if you believe Elon Musk, or well, he didn't coin this, but he kind of switched it. Them adjusted it that way. He said universal, or they say high wage or something. The actual term when it was coined was universal basic wage. So we're not going to be working on AI will be doing everything. So everybody's just be getting paid some type of work, some type of wage rate. But obviously the rich people are not going to want that type of thing, because nobody's going to want to earn the same thing with other people, So obviously that dynamic is the part of it that is not fit. I mean, I don't know how that will work, because rich people are not going to just be earning the same thing for everybody. That's not going to, the world is never going to be like that. So I guess they're going to be the ones making the rules. So yeah, they're going to design it to favor them as it always is. Yeah, but AI is going to take over in every industry eventually.
Here's to our top story this morning, Donald.
Okay, so right now Zelensky is having an issue. I think he brought up what was Trump's intent with this meeting with.
Yeah, it's not going to be good for Zelensky, because Putin played Trump so well that now Trump has said the ball is on Zelensky's court. How? You didn't do anything. You started out saying you're going to get. Say Putin doesn't concede to a peace, to a what's it called?
I don't know.
Ceasefire. If he doesn't agree to put sanctions on him, then all of a sudden you just came out with Putin's tagline, say a peace deal. It has to be peace deal or no deal. Say there's no deal.
There's no deal with Putin. The only way there's going to be a deal is if he dies. There's not a deal with Putin. Period. Never happened before. Any deal that was made in the past has been freaking flawed. Like Minsky 1, Minsky 2, nothing has been in place with him. He fucking makes his excuses and he goes against these deals.
I really.
I want to play real quick.
Sorry? Oh, you want to play?
Let me go on the music.
Here's to our top story this morning. Donald Trump is heaping pressure on the Ukrainian president to get a peace deal with Russia over the line, effectively telling him the ball is now in his court. Now, Vladimir Zelensky will travel to Washington tomorrow for a sit-down with Donald Trump after the high-stakes summit with Putin in Alaska.
Let's go live to Rob Scott, who is in Anchorage, where the summit was held. And Rob, the US president, doesn't want a ceasefire anymore. He's aiming higher.
Yeah, that's right, David. And after the disastrous end to the summit here in Alaska yesterday, the focus now shifts disastrous Oval Office encounter back in February. Up for discussion will be Donald Trump's pivot away from wanting a ceasefire, which is what he said he wanted going into this, buys Russia more time on the battlefield. President Trump also reportedly telling those Western leaders on a phone call after the summit wrapped up that he believes that President Putin would agree to a ceasefire, to a full-blown peace agreement quickly if Ukraine were to surrender vast tracts of its land in the eastern Donbass region. In exchange, he said he would freeze the current battle lines where they are and promise not to attack Ukraine anymore.
Now it's really up to President Zelensky to get it done. And I would also say the European nations, they have to get involved a little bit, but it's up to President Zelensky. I think we are, I didn't ask you about it, not that I want to be there, but I want to make sure it gets done.
And Donald Trump, for the first time now, saying that the United States would be willing.
All eyes on Washington, D.C. Rob Scott there in Anchorage. Thank you. Let's get some more news now. Here's Hugh.
This is crazy.
You know Putin is not going to sit down with Zelensky.
he don't see him at that. That's just propaganda. He doesn't want to sit with Zelensky because Zelensky is not going to agree. He's not going to.
He's not see the Zelensky is beneath him.
In Western
He doesn't like Zelensky. He's not going to sit down.
Western countries are not going to, because then that puts them in an energy crisis situation. And Americans are just as stupid because they don't understand what it looked like globally if Russia was to take over the Eastern Bloc, as well as just keep Crimea, right? So them having Crimea is one thing. Also, maintaining the Eastern Bloc becomes another problem, because then there's the breadbasket and there's fucking energy that Europeans rely on.
I don't think it's a problem. I think Russia is taking, USSR is taking back what was rightfully theirs. I don't think it's a problem.
Are you crazy?
I don't think it's a problem.
That's
I think
not Russia's right.
he's taking back what is rightfully his. I don't see that's a problem.
How is Ukraine rightfully his?
Ukraine is part of the USSR.
What was the USSR?
The Soviet Union.
Right. So each one of those countries had their own constitution. No doubt they all fell under Moscow. Got it, right? But they were countries that wanted to separate. And this was well before.
No, not necessarily. I haven't heard any Crimeans complaining. Have you?
Oh my God. What?
Have you heard any Crimeans complaining? They got Russian passport now. They're not complaining, are they?
You think Putin will let them complain?
And only
please, come on. We got the internet today. I know.
And only 15% of the country voted. So it's kind of weird.
That is Western propaganda. That's America.
That's not true. So even when
America's strongest weapon is American propaganda.
Just rest for a second. Just rest your voice for a second. So during the elections in Crimea, only 15% of the population voted, right? And this is after they got the hard data. They wanted someone to be there to, what do you call it? They wanted a third party to ensure that these were fair elections. They did not allow a third party. Period. And why they should have a third party?
Let a CIA agent to come and destroy you.
No, it wasn't going to be a CIA agent. It wasn't
they would have sent a CIA agent if
no,
they allowed
it was not a CIA. What is going on here? Dude, what is wrong with you?
America is the enemy. That is what I'm trying to point out here. Putin is
okay. Well, they
America
do
is the enemy.
We're American. So we're the
you might be American, but America is the enemy even against you. America is attacking you. And you're standing up for America.
You know what? Right now, America's attacking poor communities. Even though I didn't agree with Bush's policies, some of the things that he did do because he wanted for the American people. Like, even though that housing shit was a fucking crock of shit and it fucking put us in a bad situation, he wanted people to be able to have home ownership because he understood what future wealth would look like for some people from certain communities. So regardless of what you're saying, most presidents do have a certain there's an intent when they go in. That doesn't necessarily mean that some of their choices are going to align with mine. But I can tell you, Trump is unusual. He's a grifter. He's using the U.S. He's using the freaking he's using the office of the presidency to make more money for himself and to boost his own goddamn ego. It has nothing to do with the American people. He don't give a fuck about you brokies or my broke ass. We're not on the same level as him. He does not give a fuck about us. His friends, he's friendly with only the people that he thinks that can move him. That's it. And that is so if you don't like the American people, or if you think this is what it is, this is the wrong room, because there's a bunch of Americans in here worried about our country.
Yeah, on Putin, on Trump. Same page on Trump. I don't like either. And I thought you were black American. I guess if you're white American, then I do.
No, I am a black American.
Okay, yeah, so America, the American president, they might do things.
Where are you from? You from Nigeria?
Yeah, I'm from Nigeria. Yeah, so.
You're an American? Are you an American?
I'm not an American. It doesn't say how Nigerian. You say I'm Nigerian. How like
I mean, shit, I can say I'm something else and I'm American. My family.
No, I don't do that. I don't do that.
Well, I do. I have.
Yeah, I know some people do that, but I don't.
Yeah, well, I do.
And I don't live in America as well. I live in the UK and Nigeria, so I go back and forth.
Then you really don't understand what's going on.
That's what you think. Here's the difference. Americans do not understand politics outside America. Hold on. Americans do not understand what goes on outside America. But the rest of the world understands what goes on in America. Sometimes even more than Americans. So that's the difference.
Okay.
So, okay, you might not know this, but America's greatest weapon is propaganda. I don't know if you know this or not.
Greatest weapon is Department of Defense.
No, that's what you think.
Department of Defense.
That is what people think. That's
Actually, it was USAID. It was our fucking. It's our State Department. That is our biggest. That's our biggest weapon. Our State.
Actually, it's not. It's actually propaganda.
Our State Department freaking influences policies. Our fucking USAID helps influence policies, and our Department of Defense make sure that these policies that are being influenced are followed through. So, like,
all of those things combined do not do nearly even up to. They don't do half as much as what.
I've seen where something as simple as a fucking irrigation system has given us fucking access to certain things that we need in our country. So a fucking base being aligned in a certain country has given us access to so much. So you can say what you want, but I can tell you from what I see, what it does. You're talking from Nigeria. You stay in Nigeria.
I'm talking from Nigeria. You're talking from inside. You don't see the outside perspective. You can't see the picture when you're in the frame.
Right.
I'm outside. I can see it better than you. You cannot.
UK and Nigeria makes a lot of sense. Okay.
How are you gonna know?
Guess what?
I mean, live in the UK or Nigeria. How will you know? You don't know.
Comfortable in the UK, worried about freaking medical because of your Brexit. Like, y'all figure that out. Trying to reapply for the European Union because you guys fucked up and made a big mistake. So, like,
you see, like I said, Americans who don't live in America. We're having a conversation. I don't know why you're getting mad. We're having a conversation.
Any other country in America, in the world.
That
there's no way that he's gonna actually live up to any type of agreement. But one thing you're not gonna do is play with my country, because I'm not playing with yours.
Your country plays with you, so what are you about? Your country
plays with you.
More than I can ever play with you. So what are you about?
Southern Nigeria.
Again, you're going on a topic you know nothing about. So you're going on a topic you know nothing about, so I'm just gonna ignore that. If you had done some research, then when you speak, I'll be open to having that conversation with you, but you clearly haven't done. Based on what you just said, you don't know what's going on.
You know what's going on here too.
I definitely know more than a lot of Americans. I'm not saying you because I'm not fully had.
Most Americans don't fucking know what's going on. They can't even name the policies that's making them better in this country. But you know what?
So what are you arguing about then?
I'm not arguing just getting fucking hosed down so they think we've made it. They don't see us niggas having to fucking sit in the back of the bus unless we want to, so they think we've made it. Yeah. So now they feel like we've gotten too far because we learned how to read a couple of books and now we're getting educated. The problem, that is the problem when it comes to the white person. And that's enough for them, then okay, they got what they want out of Trump. But when it comes to the overall American population, what he is no good for our country, period.
On that we can agree. But also one thing I've noticed here, and there'll be when I say this, I'm not judging 47 million from here with the actuals of maybe a million or something on Clubhouse, but I'm just relaying what I've noticed on Clubhouse. So, So yes.
To be honest with you, if I would have been on Clubhouse when I was freaking 17 years old and heard half of these, my daughter heard some of these conversations.
I would not even let my daughter hear this nonsense. Absolutely.
But I want her to know what the world looks like. That's only
No, my daughter definitely knows what the world reflects on. Everybody on Clubhouse knows they are experts on everything, and they're all millionaires, so Clubhouse is not a real place. That's why I don't take it seriously. So I've had people that I've had heated conversations with people, and I come the next day and I'm in a room and I see them in the room and they're trying to make back and then comment. I was like, have we met before? And they're like, don't pretend you know me. I say, I don't know you. I have a superpower. When I come off Clubhouse, I delete the memories from that day. So that's why I say that's my superpower. I don't need, nobody's going to spoil my day from stranger on the internet. I'm not taking what happens on Clubhouse with me. It's my real day. So once I come off your clothes, I'm discussing anything that happened here. In fact, I'm forgetting that shit. I don't know you. I come in the room, you're mad at me, you're mad at yourself because I don't know you. You know.
But anyway, let's get back to the topic. So I played that. Let me see.
Oh yeah, before you play the next thing, yeah, I was about to say something. So the room, there's a room outside of the clubhouse because you talked about white past that. I want to say, wow, let's just say wow. With success. And what happens when you're successful? Now, because they're not lynching people. I know they're still sorting out that, but that's not the norm anymore. So, you know, so your kids now are, because you've been successful, your kids now are going to private schools, living in a nice neighborhood. So now your kids are growing up with white kids. And the consequence of that now is your kids don't believe racism exists anymore. They think it's a thing of the past. Now, I'm not judging anybody's parenting. I'm just saying, it's life, your success is almost coming to back to bite you in the ass in a way, which is sad. But it's bad, man. But, so I was in the room basically. So this Gen Z, Gen Alpha, this young cat, they don't believe there's racism anymore. I mean, I'm not Black American. I was in a room with Black Americans and white Americans. And I was having to defend Black Americans that America is racist. Black Americans in the room and the white Americans were having to go at me. I got kicked out of the room because the Black Americans were saying that I'm old. I'm parting old rhetoric that there's no racism in America anymore. It's an old thing. And that I'm trying to cause division between them and their white brethren.
This is for yours. But let's get back to the topic. So they're supposed to have that meeting in Washington, hopefully in Commission President Ursula
von der something. It's not von der Leyen.
The German Chancellor, which is Friedrich Merz, and the Finnish President, as well as the French President. So it's going to be Emmanuel Macron and Alexander Stubb.
What's the meeting for?
NATO fellow.
What did you say, Ed?
What's the meeting for?
You know, they're supposed to be meeting about because Zelensky's going to Washington today. He's supposed to be here today.
Got it.
And then yesterday, they had that phone call with Zelensky. I'm trying to see if I can find it. So Sunday there was a phone call with Zelensky. And it was France, Germany. It was Macron, Merz, and somebody else. Let me just look this up and see if I can find out if there's any information on that phone call. You know, BBC probably has it, and the UK. So there was supposed to be a phone call with Zelensky concerning this Ukraine war. I wonder if they talked about what Trump did with that summit, which I think was a failed summit. And let me see if I can. Yeah, it's a clear fail. But you got people that came into Lisa's room last night talking about how great we are. Let me see if I can find any clip about this phone call. But yeah, Zelensky is supposed to be here today. And so is the other representatives. So.
Yeah, that's not going to go well because Trump is not
I wonder if he's going to have a red carpet for Zelensky.
He's not. Actually, yeah, I'm wondering as well, maybe you guys can tell me this. The people around Trump, we know Trump is a fucker, but who are the people around Trump? Why are they not, or maybe they are, but why are they not? I'm going to say because they are responsibility. Why are they not? Because it's your job to make president, to protect the president. Why are they not trying to help him out with some of the fuck ups he's making? That's what I want to know.
Hey, Patty, you know you got Mel downstairs, right?
Oh, my sis. Let me bring her up. I'm sorry, Mel.
Can you guys, or you?
I was looking up an article. Hey, good morning. I'm trying to look at this Zelensky if there's any, because they had a phone call yesterday after this summit. I'm trying to see if I can find it. They said, I do find something that says Zelensky in panic mode. Okay, so let me see what this is about. Someone play this stupid ass 12-minute press conference real quick. We played it yesterday and just to be played. Oh my god. That dude was driving me nuts.
Yeah, he was he was special.
Oh my god, Mel, you should have been here. He was like, even the moment we opened the room, me and Ed was just talking, and then he took over the whole conversation. I was like, you got it, bro. If you read the chat, this girl was like,
President, ladies and gentlemen, negotiations have been held in a constructive atmosphere of mutual respect. We had very thorough negotiations that were quite useful. I would like to thank once again my American counterpart for the proposal to travel out here to Alaska. It only makes sense that we've met here because our countries, though separated by the oceans, are close neighbors. So when we've met, when I came out of the plane and I said, "Good afternoon, dear neighbor. Very good to see you. In good health and to see you alive." I think that is very neighborly. And I think that's some kind words that we can say to each other. We're separated by the Strait of Bering, though there are 2 islands only between the Russian island and the U.S. island. They're only 4 kilometers apart. We're close neighbors, and it's a fact. It's also important that Alaska has to do with our common heritage, common history between Russia and the U.S., and many positive events have to do with that territory. Still, there is tremendous cultural heritage back from the Russian America. For example, Orthodox churches and a lot of more than 700 geographical names of Russian origin. During the Second World War, it was here in Alaska that was the origin of the legendary air bridge for the supply of military aircraft and other equipment under the Lend-Lease program. It was a dangerous and treacherous route over the vast emptiness of ice. However, the pilots of both countries did everything to bring closer the victory. They risked their lives and they gave it all for the common victory. I was just in the city of Magadan in Russia, and there is a memorial there dedicated to the Russian and the U.S. pilot. And there are 2 flags, the U.S. flag and the Russian flag. And I know that here as well, there is such a burial. There is a military burial place several kilometers away from here. The Soviet pilots that buried there who died during that dangerous mission. We're thankful to the citizens and the government of the U.S. for carefully taking care of their memory. I think that's very worthy and noble. We'll always remember other historical examples when our countries defeated common enemies together in the spirit of battle camaraderie and allyship. At this new stage, even during the hardest conditions, it is known that there have been no between Russia and the U.S. for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they've fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole. It is apparent that sooner or later we have to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, a personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue. Naturally, under the condition of serious and painstaking work, and this work has been done in general. Me and President Trump have very good direct contact. We've spoken multiple times. We spoke frankly on the phone. And special envoy of the president, Mr. Witkoff, traveled out to Russia several times. Our advisors and heads of foreign ministries kept in touch all the time. And you know fully well that one of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to...
I'm a six-figure funded trader and I've passed plenty of challenges just like this one, using just one tool.
To the crux of the matter, to understand this history is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered
put this on pause. Have y'all noticed that with Putin, he allowed Putin to speak the entire time. Anytime there's another foreign dignitary that comes, he's constantly talking. Like Trump has this thing for Putin. I just don't know what it is. But let me go ahead and play. We're at 4 minutes and 26 seconds of this guy just being able to speak, and Trump hasn't interrupted once. So let me go ahead.
Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict, and we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole. And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we're prepared to work on that. I would like to hope that the agreement that we've reached together will help us bring closer that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings to conduct problems to torpedo the nascent progress. Incidentally, when the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow. It's still very symbolic. Still, we have a growth of 20%. As I've said, we have a lot of dimensions for joint work. It is clear that the U.S. and Russian investment and business potential in space exploration. We see that Arctic cooperation is also very possible, and our international context, and for example, between that not far away from here, at the border between Russia and the U.S., there is a so-called international date line. It's important that both sides are result-oriented, and we see that the President of the U.S. has a very clear idea of what he would like to achieve. His sentiments will be the starting point, not only for the solution of the Ukrainian issue, but also will help us bring back business-like and pragmatic relations between the previous administration. I tried to convince my previous American colleague that the situation should not be brought to the point of no return when it would come to hostilities. And I said it quite directly back then that it's a big mistake. Today, when President Trump saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that. I think that overall, me and President Trump have built, we can come, and the sooner the better, to the end of the conflict in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
So I'm going to put a pause on that. Does anybody got any comments in reference to what Putin has to say? You can come up on stage. And if anybody looks at anything that's happened within the last couple of months since he became president, that we've actually allowed another dignitary to freaking, or at least Trump has allowed another dignitary to freaking open the press conference. Like, he has this thing when it comes to Putin. It's weird, but I don't know. So now we're going to go ahead and listen to Trump's comments after that freaking 8-minute speech from freaking Putin of him saying, I'm going to get my way with your goddamn country. Paving it.
Very much, Mr. President. That was very profound, and I will say NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about, everybody who wants to deal with us. We become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time. And
here's one habit that makes you extremely intelligent. Replace social media.
We look forward to that. We look forward to dealing. We're going to try and get this over with. We really made some great progress today. I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax. That made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all. But we had to put up with the Russia hoax. He knew it was a hoax, and I knew it was a hoax. But what was done was very criminal. But it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with. But we'll have a good chance when this is over. So just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few. I get to see you all the time in the newspapers. You're almost as famous as the boss. But especially this one right over here. But we had some good meetings over the years, right? Good productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon, and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Bullshit. That's some bullshit, y'all. I don't know. Nathan, come up. Because you're in here for a reason. You know I'm not going to argue with you because I don't really got a problem with Nathan. Just other people in this room I can't stand. But, yeah, this is retarded what's going on with our country as well as these other countries. How we fucking alienated our fucking allies. How we pretend that they haven't assisted us in a lot of these wars. What people don't realize, I don't give a fuck how small of a military they are. Every freaking deployment that I've been on, when it came to the Patriot missile systems, Canada was important in understanding and helping us work through it. Kuwaiti air defense was very important in helping us push fucking like Patriot missile systems into certain areas, helping us make sure that our freaking circuit cards were intact so that we can fucking watch these other countries and be able to deter any type of incoming that may affect our national interests. So like it's really weird for us to have a president that pretends that these countries aren't important because believe it or not, as big as and as much as we spend on our freaking Department of Defense, without our allies, we're nothing. Like those wars would have lasted longer. These people are fucking crazy. And I don't even understand. I understand why a white man, he's willing to like let his family suffer just so he can put his foot back on some people's neck. But I can't understand why we have Black MAGA. I don't see it. But
you suppose he's going to present Zelensky and then
give up the Eastern Bloc. Give up that land. Give him what he wants so that there's no war. Get his goddamn Nobel Peace Prize, which I don't even think. That's not an option. That wasn't an option 2 days ago. He was talking big, heavy shit.
You think he's going to try and bully him?
Yeah, I do think he is. He's going to use tariffs. He's going to use pulling troops out of certain countries, closing down bases. Yeah. I think he's going to bully him. This is weird, though. And it's sad.
So bully him to end the war in Russia's favor.
Huh?
Bully him to end the war in Russia's favor.
Yeah, right? This is some weird ass activity. Russia is not somebody that you can believe nor make real agreements with. And then they're talking about opening trade and freaking fuck it. Let them continue to do what they're doing. They working with China, North Korea. Let them do what they do. Make their money the way they need to make it. But not with us. Not with us. They haven't done anything that's like great for us. Not in my lifetime at least. It's sad. It's really sad. It really pisses me off when you have Black MAGA. I don't even get mad at white people anymore when they say this, that, and other. I just be like, huh? What the fuck is he talking about? But when I hear black folks talk this, we don't need this, we don't need that, I just be like, where are you from? What planet you from? Maybe they need to start hosing down some of y'all. Just hose down MAGA, don't hose up. I ain't buying to it. It's just sad, y'all. Well, let me see if I can find another article. I am really trying to find this Zelensky's conversation. What if there's anything that's been published?
There was a conversation with Zelensky already that's published.
No. So yesterday, after the summit, Zelensky and some European leaders got on a phone call, and I'm trying to figure out if there's anything. Somebody leaks a little bit of something. Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can find something on that. But there was a conversation that was had in reference to the summit. Because right now, this is a victory for Russia. For a president to say, hey, Russia's right, just give them what they want so you can move around. Let me see. I cannot find. This is a lot. I do see where there's something about the European leaders to join Ukraine, Zelensky for the White House meeting I was talking about earlier. Let me listen to it real quick. Give me 30 seconds. Oh no. Hold on real quick. I hate when this happens. Okay, it's a quick commercial. Give it a second. shit show, Sandra?
No, we just getting up. What's going on?
The conversation was about the summit after, because there was a teleconference with the UK, France, and just the European leaders and Zelensky regarding what has happened. Yeah, he's Ukraine, and pretty much him getting for that shit, because now giving up Eastern Bloc is giving freaking leverage on everything when it comes to Russia, to the other our Western allies.
Exactly.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. How are you? Waiting for that press conference today with Zelensky.
Okay.
He's gonna let Zelensky talk. Not like he let Putin talk. Putin got to open the press conference and everything.
It's now I've had time to process things. Take some time out to look at this Putin thing, and this is a blatant sign of weakness. This is pure weakness to welcome a man who has disrespected your country, disrespected you, is conducting himself with a I don't give a fuck disposition. And Russian media has embraced Putin as a result of to wiggle his way on American soil and be given a platform. This idiot president has actually emboldened this man to continue being a hardliner, doing what he wants to do. And Carmack, or welcome him to warm handshakes. What a pussy, excuse my language, guys, but what a freaking pussy, what a coward. And just to see a man who bullies others cow down the way he wants everyone else to cow down to himself. I got some really good clips, by the way, I'm going to play at some point that really summarize the thoughts that I've expressed. But this is really pathetic to see our United States president cow down to a man who is an aggressive dictator and has demonstrated it throughout his whole career. And he's smiling, come get in the car with me. Like, what did we witness? So that's my thoughts so far on this. And the unfortunate part. And I think if I may, let me know, Mel or Patty, when I can play some clips. All right, so this clip that I had, well, this is the first clip. This is Trump's claims that he would end the war within 24 hours, and that war has only gotten worse. And this is in Mr. Trump's work. Hold on. Oh wait.
Robert's trying to get his clip together, y'all.
Between those two guys, it won't even take that long. Mark my words, I'll stop that war in 24 hours. I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine totally settled. I'll have it done in 24 hours. I would have the deal done in 24 hours from the time we started. And even now, I could solve that in 24 hours. But I can do it in 24 hours. I know both players, and I can do that in 24 hours.
And so here's the report. How the Russians responded.
The Russians are pretty happy with the way that the Trump-Putin summit in Alaska went. Russia is isolated, and now they see President Putin on the red carpet on American soil. Then you have the former Russian president, and he said that he believed that big things have been achieved for Russia. First of all, he said that the threat of massive sanctions that President Trump had put out there before the summit, that seems to be off the table. And he also says that there seem to be mechanisms in place for talks
without any sort of threats and preconditions. And most importantly for the Russians, they also say that they believe that now the negotiations process can move forward while their military operation in Ukraine also continues as well. That is, of course, the thing that Vladimir Putin has always said. He wanted not a quick ceasefire, as President Trump said he wanted before, but negotiations for a larger peace agreement in the future.
So yeah, those are the morning clips for now. Just wait for some more conversation to happen, and I'll play some more. But I'm gonna have a lot. I'm gonna enjoy unpacking this. I land.
I do have another clip I wanted to play. I know Matt hates Hillary Clinton, but Hillary Clinton says she'll nominate Trump for a Nobel Peace Prize if he can end the Ukraine war without giving territory to Russia. It's some funny shit.
This News special report. I'm John Dickerson in Anchorage, Alaska, alongside Margaret Brennan. President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin are here for a summit called to start the process of ending Russia's almost 4-year war against Ukraine.
This is Putin's first meeting since Trump's re-election.
Hold on. Let me look it up. But Hillary Clinton did say that she would nominate him. It was on trying to see if I can find it. Here. I think this is it.
Enjoy all that's possible with the original and most trusted cargo automation system. Control at your fingertips.
But maybe this is the opportunity to make it clear that for a Nobel Peace Prize. Yeah, that was from a podcast she was on. People are really biting into this shit.
Yeah, it's wild. Like, just so welcoming of him. Pulls Putin's hand to him, like Trump be trying all the tactics, man. I swear this guy is something else, man. He's really something else. Why would anyone want to fight anyone? Like,
So why would you oppose a peace summit? I don't understand the criticism.
Nobody opposes a peace summit, Matt. Nobody opposes a peace summit, Matt. Where the fuck did you get that from?
No, I mean, I'm listening.
That's it, bro.
He already got it. So now, how do you take it back?
Let me tell you what's crazy. And you know what? A lot of senior leaders agreed to tear what already happened because they have logistical issues in the beginning. They could have pushed them back. The same shit that we did, like in other countries. Instead of like fighting a war, push them out of the country. That's what should have been done. Period. But it didn't happen.
Right. It didn't
so
happen.
Now we're fucking here. It's not going to happen because we have a Trump as a president. A lot of people are
like, it doesn't happen no matter who has a president without a greater war.
Matt, let me ask you a question. Do you feel comfortable with knowing that a dictator is taking over lands in another country and he will only increase his aggression? Do you realize that he invaded another country? Why do you try to paint this picture and take us down this fucking distraction rabbit hole that we will be fighting all of that nonsense? See, this type of shit and this type of thinking that you have. No. Let me ask you a question. Are you okay with naked aggression?
You would understand the role that the United States played in it. If you knew the actual history of this conflict, you would understand the role that American imperialism plays in it. And you would have looked in the mirror. I'm not going to give you guys a history lesson every time I come on the stage regarding this war.
Let me tell you what I do know, sir. What I do know is this.
What I do know. Maybe you got it confused with Nathan's room. Wrong.
Yeah, what I do know is this, right? I know the other day that shit show that we saw in Alaska was a show of weakness, like he's in a fucking reality show. Everything is scripted for this guy, right? That's what we saw. We didn't see a serious peace summit, a serious discussion we witnessed. If you're familiar with what a peace summit is, These are not the protocols. You don't go and shake a man's hand and chummy with a man.
Yeah, you clearly don't know anything about this summit. I can give you the Treaty of Versailles and then what happened. You can even look at the way Japan happened. You can talk about Vietnam. Secondly, what is your alternative? What is your alternative?
The alternative is to surround yourself with your military and your intelligence apparatus and conduct the meeting from that standpoint. Have those that know and understand the intricacies and the history militarily and geopolitically by your side as you go forward to bring solutions.
Yeah, that would be a war meeting. That would be a war meeting. If you don't have a peace summit, you don't have it with the adversary. So you're gonna line up your military and your intelligence to have a peace summit with yourself.
I didn't say that. That's not what I said.
Listen to yourself. What is your alternative? What is your alternative to this peace summit?
To have an intelligent approach which shows strength.
Yeah, give us some detail. Give us some detail. Are you gonna sit down with Russia at some point to discuss it? Or are you just gonna bring your military to
This is
them?
not the first time, though.
This is pretty
Matt, what is going on here?
Yeah, you just
Wait, hold on real quick, Dupree. Matt, don't act like there hasn't been various summits with him. These peace summits is not something fucking new. Now, if you want to suck a dick, just say that. But this is not what this is the conversation that happened yesterday was not what was supposed to happen, at least to help the people from Ukraine.
Well, we don't know.
We all agree diplomacy has to happen, but not with Putin. Putin is not the guy. He proved it over and over again.
What the Patty, who are you doing it with?
There was a fucking summit a couple months ago.
Patty, who are
What
you
did Russia
doing
do? They didn't show up. They didn't want to participate.
Yeah, because they're in a
So
position
guess what?
of
The
power.
agreements that were made were just symbolic agreements.
Right, because
So he was not going to be there. If he does not get his way, he does not want involvement. So
yes,
what the
because
fuck?
they are in a
Direct
position of
engagement
power.
with him has to be sucking his dick.
Because he's in a
And that's
position
what
of
Trump
power,
is
Patty.
doing. Sucking a dick so he can for a fucking piece of paper.
Patty,
For a fucking peace prize.
they are
At
in
the
a position
expense of a
power.
sovereign country. So
They
what the
are in a
fuck
position-
are you talking about? You
They
think
are-
we don't believe in peace summits? You think we don't believe in diplomacy? My father used to work for the State Department. You think we don't believe in this shit? I fucking been in 6 deployments. You think motherfuckers want to see people lose their legs? You think you want to see soldiers die? Nobody wants to see that. This guy is not the man. So don't come up here with your fucking fake ass because of the shit that your family has dirty hands too. So while you sit up here and try to act like you're the fucking peacekeeper of the world, you're not a good guy. You're a fucking I think you're an intelligence guy, right? But I think you take some of your intelligence and you fucking use it for the worst. Okay, bye. I guess you're gone. You're hateful, Matt, and you're mad behind Haiti. But guess what? Your family helped with that. You're mad. Go get mad at your mama and daddy. How about that? Get mad at your mama and daddy for fucking hurting your own people. Figure that shit out.